Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, September the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yeah, Polly, guys, I'm actually in this one when it just broke over a dollar and had some news. Whether this news sustains it for any much longer, I don't know. Whoops, I have to turn my mic on. There we go. So, well, you guys on YouTube could hear me. So, welcome, guys. This is the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, September 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and I'm in the Pali, Pali. This when it popped over a dollar. Took a look at the news. The news looks interesting. It's a low float, 6.5 million in the float. Got in at 103. Already sold some off. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. I need a sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Hmm. Okay, good. Thank you. I was so worried now about the sound. All right, so I just got to keep an eye on the Pali guys, the Pali. I want to see how much further it can go. Obviously, there's a massive gap here. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting to $2, but that's the big attraction. Wow. Okay, guys, 115 probably gets you out of most of it again. Okay, there is other stuff happening. Yeah, Roku. Roku's interesting. Roku, big pop up. They've cut I think 10% of their employees, and they have increased their guidance for Q3. So that is the reason for Roku, ROKU. It's big pop up, big gap up here. Next highs, I know PJ is liking this one. There's a 98 level over here. AVAV. There's not much volume, but this is an earnings play. This is an earnings play, not much volume yet, 35,000 shares. That's a very low float, 25 million in the float for a $111 stock. So that is a very low float. And it's a big gap up, big gap up. SST, a cheap one here. SST, gains on receiving takeover interest. Okay, so there's takeover interest. AMC, sort of interesting. First headline I see is that this Hycroft Mining that they have an interest in confirmed a significant gold and silver recovery. Now, again, guys, if you've been following this story, AMC took a stake in this, and the conjecture is that if this Hycroft does anything, that's going to help pay for all the debt of AMC. Anyway, so AMC, of course, not on that news, but it plunged because their equity distribution agreement to sell up to 40 million shares of stock through an at-the-market offering program. So that's the reason for the AMC plunge right now. Lab, PLAB, this is an earnings play. No Real mentioned it earlier. Yeah, big gap down now for Plaid. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the Pally. So the next low is looking left for PLAB on the daily chart anyway, well, actually it's right there, 2091. Just looking at this low right there. So after that, the next low is around 2075 and then 2062. I mean, it's a big gap down already. GTLB is an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play. So in advance of their release, they certainly had a nice 1.5 week run for GTLB, coming into maybe some resistance around the 54 level. Real cheap one. We've seen this one a bit. NBSE, NBSE. 20% pop, big volume. Look at that volume, 5.7 million, only 1.4 in the float. So I don't see any specific reason. I'm looking at some headlines. I don't see any specific reason for NBSC's pop. MiTek. Now we don't have this as an earnings play, but I think they did release earnings. MITK. I believe they did release earnings. That's a big gap now, big gap up on the weekly, the daily. Not very much volume yet, only 23,000, but it does say this looks like they released earnings after hours yesterday. Record revenue up 41%, et cetera, et cetera. We just don't have it as an earnings play for whatever reason. And ZS is an earnings play. ZS is an earnings play. And I don't know what this one is going to do. I mean, 158 is the low of yesterday. It really hasn't moved that much, 1.8%. I'm hearing Overstock, OSTK. Is this an earnings play? No. However, they're providing guidance. Obviously, and the guidance is not great. They're providing Q3 guidance. Yeah, Real was mentioning NBNB. I was reading about them this morning. Big, pretty big gap down. Well, not a huge gap down yesterday, but certainly after hours. All to do with acquisitions, etc. Wells Fargo cuts the target to 50 from 58. A little late, a little bit late. Wells Fargo. I did mention the ICCT. It was having a little pop this morning. Actually, they put out a little bit of news, new version of its iCore exchange, encrypted, et cetera, email. So they did have a little bit of news that they pumped out there this morning for ICCT. That AVAV, let's see if the volume is picking up at all. AVAV, this is an earnings play. And yeah, the volume is still very light. That's a super low float, though, 25 million for a $111 stock. Next high is looking left around, looks like around one. It looks like geez, come on, 114, about 114 on the weekly chart for AVAV. Okay, Roku is on the move here, guys. Roku a little bit on the move. The pre-market high for Roku was around 95. Now, interesting. We're in for a mildly negative open, but not too many stocks that are down more than 10%. We've talked about the PLAB, we talked about the AMC. Haven't mentioned AKTS. There's no volume yet. DBGI from yesterday, DCGO, and then the Verb. So these are, but look at all the ones that are up at least 10%. So there's a lot of action for some of these smaller ones, up 10% at least. Now, Pally could keep going, guys. I mean, I'm out of it now, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. Maybe put a price alert around 122-ish and see if it takes that out once the market opens. So Overstock, again, is basically a guidance play. They don't release earnings until the 26th of October, but they're basically guiding poorly, I guess. 25.76 Well, wait a minute. It's already there. So the next low looking left on the daily chart for Overstock is around 25, a little over $25. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, so what I'm looking for, so I do see there's an upgrade for AVAV up to 128, a price target of 128 now for AVAV earnings play. Going to see if there's anything kind of interesting in terms of a price target. This one on my watch list for quite a while now. TOST Toast. TOST. Let's take a look at the what it's doing right now. UBS has put a price target of 30 on this one, so it's got some room to go. And that is a raise from buy to neutral, raise to $30 from 25. So that is the TOST. Actually, pretty good volume already. Big float. Okay, not too many downgrades. Oh, wow. Now, I'm interested to see what SQ is trading out right now. Ah, so UBS has downgraded it to $65. It's below that, okay? They had an initial price target of 102. They've downgraded that to 65, but SQ is well below that now. A few more. Okay, Olin has been downgraded by Goldman. Let's take a look at OLN. Let me get these in right now, and take a look at OLN. Okay, OLN has been downgraded by Goldman. They keep you in suspense about what their price target is, see if it's still above it. And the answer is no. Okay, so they've downgraded OLN to $57, but it's already at 49. Okay, MITK guys is on the move here. This is an earnings play. Is actually an earning. Wow, look at this now. Big move now for MITK. What's the spread like? Yeah, untradeable. Untradeable right now, guys. Here's your spread. 1342, 1427. So it's untradeable right now. When I say that, I mean, what are you going to do? How are you going to take this? But there are people, I guess they're going, with interactive brokers, you can tell them to try to see if they can fill you mid bid ask. But even so, okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, let's take a look. Anything else happening? Derm, okay, Derm, DERM. I think I saw this when it popped up to 358, but it pulled right back down to 240. So there is some news for Derm. So there's a license agreement with Maruho, sorry, South Korea, $19 million upfront payment. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. I'm hearing lift, guys. LYFT. I'm hearing lift. This is next low looking left for lift. LYFT. It's pretty close, but if we can get through that, then you've got room two about 11 down for LYFT right into that 200-day moving average, 1096. That is for LYFT. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. Okay, I'm going to take a look now at our sectors. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and scroll down until I see show more, and then click on the major sectors or the sector status. And here are the major sectors. So this is what you're seeing. You're seeing the major sectors. So there's XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. Interesting. A lot of times it's all or nothing. All or nothing meaning that 60% you see in red means that 60% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. Most of the time, it's usually an all or nothing. In other words, almost 100% of them are up or 100% of them are down. Anyway, so I guess I don't know what happened to oil overnight, maybe a little bit weaker. Consumer staples, 70%. Yeah, but what I'm more interested in, again, the fact that the market was down, especially the Dow. Let's see what's happening with the major sectors now. Take a look at XLE in terms of their relation to the 200-day moving average. So there's XLE. Of course, XLE was moving away, had a bit of a sell off at the end of the day, but there's that blue line on the daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. Take a look at retail, XRT. You can see yesterday that XRT broke down below the 200-day moving average. Okay. So that is one major sector right now below the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples should be below also. Yeah, way below and moving away. Look at this consumer staples moving away from that 200-day moving average. So that's two major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Guys, we're getting a trend here, unfortunately. So XLV also moved down below the 200-day moving average yesterday. Take a look at industrials, XLI. That should be well above. Yeah, can't even see the line, have to draw it. Yeah, so I mean, the market had a down day yesterday, so you would expect a lot of red bars on the sectors, but still above that 200-day moving average. Financials, guys, there's the big one, another big one, of course. Financials, XLF. And, we are above the 200-day, but not by much. Discretionary, XLY. Yeah, well above it. I'll take a look at materials, XLB. Yeah, another big red bar yesterday, above it, but not by much. Yeah, let's get the. I mean, yeah, Nas was down a little bit yesterday, so I don't expect. Yeah, XLK. still hanging way above the 200-day moving average. There it is. There's that 200-day. And XLC Communications still well above it. So we have three major sectors, XRT, XLP, and XLV. So we've got healthcare, retail, and consumer staples below the 200-day moving average, with financials, getting close. And again, why do I dwell on the 200-day moving average? Probably the most important metric, or the most followed metric out there. And sort of in a nutshell, above good, below bad. Okay. It doesn't matter. We're talking about the sectors, but look at a stock, treat it the same way. So there's PALI. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it takes out that high here, I still have a run in it. There's a nice, oh, there we go. But I'm not going to chase it now. It was a good trade for me early. Easy go. Wow, what a collapse again. Easy go. This was an AI alert yesterday on a sell. A Um, when I first saw it, I was interested in it, but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. And later on today, when it already made kind of the big move, about 4,000 became available. None available right now. What a collapse! And they're doing a financing, $10 million, $10 million financing. Yeah, that is true. I mean, I'm always amused when I see these downgrades of price targets, and then it's well below it already. So, Real's talking about the SQ from UBS. AVAV guys, AVAV is on the move here. Earnings play, and I think they had $120 price target put on it. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I think it was 120 or something like that for AVAV. I think it was UBS. For some reason, I can't. Well, you know what? Why don't I just find it again? $128. Okay, so $128 price target put on AVAV by Robert Baird. The original price target of 95. I don't think I mentioned the TRVN. That was tops on my list here. That was a stock that was up the most, but it's now starting to drift down. TRVN. Yeah, that's a pretty big pullback, guys, from 130 down to one. ASAN is moving down. It's an earnings play. Yeah, ASAN. I think I did see this one, but it was chopping all around, so I sort of disregarded it. But ASAN is an earnings play also. Now down through 20. And now the next low looking left for ASAN is 1921. So a little bit of room to the next low. That is ASAN. Any moment, please. All right. Now, and for those interested in some entertainment, GME will have earnings after hours today. GME will have some earnings after hours or earnings release after hours today. GME, always entertaining now. Real was mentioning AER. Let's see, not an earnings play. Trading higher after the company received cash insurance settlement. Wow, really? Proceeds of approximately 645 million over 17 jets leased to Aeroflot in Russia. Oh, somebody didn't tell me that the market's opening. Okay, guys, let's have a great open or a great day today. Okay, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I took the pre-market trade, but that doesn't count. Usually try to let things settle down a little bit. Here's the AVAV guys. Whoa, TRP taking a header here. TRP taking a header. This has got some, let's see, what sort of room does it have? Next low looking left on the daily chart is 34.58. This is it. Okay, there's your Roku, ROKU. Yeah, the ICCT is popping. Just be careful, obviously. On that one, low float and very active. Look at AVAV, guys. AVAV. Wow, AMC is really giving it up also. This MITK is an earning. It is an earnings play. The spread is tightened up now, 1388, 1392. Yeah, Polly. Well, a little too early. Well, Pally on the move here, guys. I wish I kept just a little piece, but I didn't. Overstock continues down. Overstock, kind of an earnings play. We'll call it an earnings play, really. It's all about guidance. Now, this could be coming into some support right around the 200-day moving average, which is around 23 for Overstock. Could be OSCK. Could be. Big level for Overstock, guys. I mean, 23, that's where the 200-day moving average is. You can see it's sort of sitting on that blue line right now. OSCK. Boy, look at Pally. Oh, brother. Low float, I think was 6 million in the float or something for a PALI. Came from underneath a dollar. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to load something here. I want to All right, guys. Pinterest is on the move down. PINS is on the way down here. PINS through the whole number. The next low looking left is 2742 on the day on the daily chart for PINS. So it is moving down. Again, I don't like to take things. Yeah, shoot. I would still be in this one if it hadn't taken that little turn right there. But it doesn't matter. Moroku guys challenging now the pre-market high of around 95 ROKU. Okay, I'm only going to ask this once, and I hope I get the right answer. How's the sound today, guys? When we adjusted the sound levels, when Pepe helped me adjust the sound levels yesterday, I'm hoping that now we're kind of back to normal. Okay, good. I think we're back to normal then. Great. So Snap and Pinterest, real. Snap and Pinterest, PINS. Oh, interesting. You're saying that goods and a lot of people are just saying sounds great, pretty good, etc. Awesome. Wow, AVAV guys. Another one trending down is GILD. GILD. Okay, guys, Roku now above the pre-market high. Roku above the pre-market high. Kobe Steel, American Airlines. You would try to keep the stocks in caps. So there's Overstock, guys, right at the 200-day moving average, right at it. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. An Ion Q is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. And there's the Roku. Again, a little early for me to take these, so I may miss it. But AVAV just ripping here, guys. AVAV. I saw American Airlines had an upgrade this morning. AAL. Take a look if it's yeah. AAL had an upgrade this morning. Well, there's your so far an answer for OSTK. I mean, it's still it's right at that area though. The 200-day moving average. You can see that blue line. You dip down below it a little bit. Okay, now ASAN coming into maybe some support. ASAN is showing up also. It's an earnings play showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and so was ENB. So this has got a lot of negative news right now on it. ENB, surprise $14 billion bid for gas powered utilities. Okay, this is the reason why this is down. That happened after hours yesterday for ENB. Well, Pally opened. little tear in my eye when I'm looking at my cell for Pally. Okay, now they reverse split, didn't they? Didn't WE do a this? They had to do, yeah. This is a reverse split, guys. Okay, because this was what 16 cents or something. I don't know what the ratio was for WE, down 20%. They completed the reverse split to maintain listings. See what the ratio was. Somebody knows. Come on. All right, where is the ratio? I don't see the ratio here. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Don't see the ratio. At any rate, WE, well, Ali. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, guys, ASAN continues. Boy, this has got some room on the weekly. I mean, really, it's got some serious room on the weekly for ASAN. The next one looking left looks around 1745. Now, the big problem could be getting through 19. A lot of volume now. All right, now ENB below the whole number 33. Briefly, 33, right at 33 right now. Hmm. Thank you, Jay. Oh, it's way back on September 5th. Wait a minute, way back. We're in September. I was reading August. Okay, yeah. So WE, so that was yesterday. So the reverse split for WE, 1 for 40 reverse split. This one, guys, this is the one that kind of started it, isn't it? ADTX. This is the one that kind of started it last week, I believe. That went crazy. I think that this was the first one of the low floats. 167,000 in the float. You know, there's a pullback for Roku now. Up to 96, pulled back down to 93 and a half. So ADTX, yeah, this is halted, and I shuttered it. Well, no shutter, but I want to see where is it going to open. Where's Grumpy? Because he said he couldn't see this. This is just the bid ask, the potential. Okay, yesterday. I mean, so there's your pulp for ADTX at 34.29. You can't see the symbol, but that's it. And here's the potential open 33. AMC continues to move down here, guys. AMC in jeopardy of giving up 11 now. United Airlines, after yesterday's, I guess, computer glitch, recovering strongly right now. UAL. Yeah, ICCT, big pop. It popped, dropped, and now a big pop. ICCT. No, this one was an earnings play. I think this was one of those meme stocks way back, EXPR. This is actually an earnings play too. EXPR on the move here, guys. EXPR. Didn't mention it because it didn't have that much volume, but EXPR, what the market's doing. So the Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY is down. I did not mention XGN, NXGN. Sorry, this is a they're going private. The private company is taking them over. Thomas Bravo, I think it's called. So that is why I did not mention this one. Well, look how choppy this MITK was. It's still positive, but really sinking fast. But up to 1429, dropped down to basically the pre-market lows for MITK. All right, guys, we are now 15 minutes in. So now I'll take a harder look at some of these ones that have been moving. Okay, Asan now. Asan underneath the whole number, right at that whole number of 19, right at it. The 200-day though, 1870. I mean, that could easily block it. Okay, 1870 is the 200-day. You can just barely see that blue line on my daily chart. That could block it for a while anyway. If it can take out that 1870, the next low on the weekly chart for ASAN is around 1730. So it would have some room. Well, that's what I'd be very aware of that 200-day moving average for ASAN. Ooh, this is pretty ominous. 66.66. It was anyway when I saw it. GEHC, guys. Whoa, there's room underneath, I think. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Yeah, next low is 61.23. Boy, that's a lot of shares available. 14 million available at Interactive Brokers to short for this GEHC. This has been moving down pretty steadily over the last couple of months from 83 down to 66 now. Yeah, I did not get the ICCT. That I know when it popped and then it came right back down, but it's at least it has some news. Okay, I mean whether the news is going to look at that 66.66 for GEHC. Stay away. Oh, you could never. Well, I don't think you could possibly use. Well, a trailing stop at 10 cents. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that would seems to me that could easily blow right through it. But Well, let's see if it can keep going. The next high is $11, and if it took that out, 21. Are shorts available for AMC now at Interactive Brokers? Or are they? Yeah, they've reemerged. 400,000 now. So last week's low was 1240, so it's below that. This is a Guys, this is a lifetime low. AMC is right on a lifetime low. Remember now, this was a 1 for 10 reverse split. So this is like $1.08 before that reverse split that basically multiplied the share price by 10. Well, Overstock now through that 200-day moving average in a big way. And again, the next low looking left is 2039. So a lot of room now. This is actually an AI alert also from our AI. All right. Now, surprised this has not been halted, ICCT. But the math is obviously not there for the halt. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. This AUR has got a little bit of room, but not much. Looks like 4 is the next high looking left. Overstock, boy, on their guidance is just getting pummeled here now. Again, I'm just a little too well, no, I'm not going to say too conservative, but I don't like to take the trades in the first 15. But if you're less conservative than I am, you went in an alert for OSTK at 9:36 Eastern time to a short idea at 23. Okay, that's what this means. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Key level right now for this ASAN. I mean, 1870 is a 200-day. Now we saw what Overstock did. Overstock didn't care. I'm not saying this is going to happen with ASAN. Yeah, Overstock. Remember, 2297 was the 200-day moving average, and it just blew right through that. So I'm going to keep an eye on the ASAN. If the ASAN can take out 1870, it's got a lot of room underneath. It's an earnings play. Okay. A lot of room. I mean, 1745 is the next low, look, or actually a little bit lower. 1745 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for ASAN. So a couple of nice shorts from our AI today so far. There was a short 2316, a suggestion to short OSTK at 2316. We're at 21, well, over a $2 move now. And the ASAN suggestion to short at 1923. That 200-day moving average area, as Real likes to call it, is trying to hold it though. Really. Meds? Okay, look at meds. What are you talking about? Hmm. There's no volume yet, unfortunately, for meds, MEDS. No volume yet. 30,000 shares. It is above yesterday's high. That's your big level here, of course. Take a look at Reker, REKR. Is it doing anything? I saw it came on my daily reversal, REKR. So remember, Overstock bought whatever was kind of left of Bed Bath and Beyond. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, guys. AMC is still on the way down. Intellectual property. Yes. In fact, even said Overstock, now Bed Bath and Beyond, as if they've completely changed their name. Boy, look at Overstock. So my focus is a little bit now on the E and B to see if it really takes that 33. It's just sort of hanging around now. Guys, I might take a short of AMC. This is an all-time low. All-time low now for AMC, guys. They're going to flood the market with 40 million. 40 million. I'm going to watch this. I want to see maybe mid 70s might get me in. And I'm waiting to see if AMC gets back down to the 1070s. Put an alert right about is 1076. See if it gets back down there. Again, this is an all-time low now for AMC. Talk about a pre-guidance or guidance really for OSTK is getting slammed on it. See they call themselves the new Bed Bath and Beyond provides. So completed the acquisition of the brand and other intellectual property June 28th. So the company launched as Bed Bath and Beyond.ca in Canada. Interesting. Canada first. Test the waters. And in your country on August the 1st. All right, guys. ASAN had a little bit of a pop up, but now moving down again. ASAN. And right, okay, 1870, guys. I mean, that's the key level. If it can really, really take out that 1870 for ASAN, that's the 200-day moving average. Because it does have some room down to about 1736 on the weekly chart for ASAN. Okay, guys, ASAN, leaving that 200 behind so far. As I say, lots of room looking, well, a lot of room. 1720. What did I keep saying? I have to 1745, the next low looking left for ASAN on the weekly chart for ASAN. It's an earnings play. leaving that 200 behind, looking like it anyway. Boy, look at those topping tails now for ICCT. I don't think there are shorts available for me. ICCT, don't think so. Yeah, look at these big topping tails. Wow, big sell-offs. The ASAN continues to inch its way down. All right, just watching to see how much further ASAN can get to. 18 will probably be another difficult area to get through. Could be. All right, there's a cheap one, guys. Let's see what's happening with THT X. Next high looking left for THTX is it's basically got there 142. Pretty low float, 24 million in the float. A crazy low, but certainly a low float. Wow, Roku did not. Roku on that first pullback, and now it's continuing down. So it got up to 96. Now it's continuing down here. Going to 90 is a big level for it to try to hold. This is a reversal, guys. HASI, HASI. This is a daily reversal. Big day yesterday, reversing today. Underneath, we've got 2270. Wow, a lot of room underneath for this HASI. Um, see what the volume is like. Not great. 2.2 times normal, but it is not huge amount of volume. Spread's okay though. Only a 3-cent spread. And I've covered most of the ASAN now, guys. It's getting back up to that 200-day moving average. Didn't really make that much on that ASAN. I was hoping we'd get closer to 18. Yeah. Meanwhile, big red bar in the SPY. Yeah. So NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down, of course. All right, AI. What is happening with AI? I think AI has earnings today or tomorrow, after hours, perhaps. Yeah, so AI has earnings after hours today. It'll pop up to 32, right back down to 31. Well, ENB actually, I keep looking to see if it's going to take out 33, but it's stubbornly not doing it. So it's actually having a bounce, guys. So right from the bottom here, 31.69, the low in the pre-market. So about a $2 move from the low in the pre-market. That's a bounce on the biggest volume of the day too for OSTK on the 15 anyway. Look at that volume bar right there. It's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart anyway. Next one is going to start. Okay, VTGN. Let's take a look at VTGN. 7:30. Lots of room, guys. VTGN. Remember this one now. 814 is that right? 814? 814 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for VTGN. Low float, 7.75 million in the float. Maintain a buy. Maxim Group. Let's see if they got a price target. No price target that I can see. A bit of a difficult spread right now, though. 715, 724. Gogo, what a reversal for Gogo here, guys. This was down quite a bit yesterday. Big pop up today, coming right into that high though on the daily chart. That's Gogo. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Now, Gogo used to be, I don't know if they do other things, but they used to be the big Wi-Fi provider on airlines. I don't know if they do other things. Maybe the down day yesterday was because of United Airlines. I don't know. Hmm. Very choppy right now, guys. Some of the things I'm looking at that move down, now they're moving up. Some that were moving up are moving down. So not seeing a lot of, I'd be keeping an eye on Roku, ROKU, to see how well it holds 90. It's a 90, 90, 90, 90, 81 right now. See how well Roku holds 90. There's, Ion Q, what did it get up to? $20? Goes all the way back to 1874. Okay, well, look, E and B is reversing. E and B is actually reversing. This is showing up now on the option scanner. I mean, obviously it has room if it wants to keep reversing. Getting slammed for the $14 billion bid for D, Dominion Energy. Oh, it's not to buy Dominion Energy, it's to buy three utilities from Dominion Energy. Okay, guys, keep an eye. Those of you following Roku, 90 looks like it's holding. It's 91.24 now. ROKU. This is an earnings play too, guys. I didn't really see it in the pre-market. Yeah, ASND is an earnings play. ASND through the 200-day moving average. This has some room to 111, actually. Wow. Got some room to 111. What's the spread like? Well, for $105 stock, I mean, it's not horrible. 105.07, 105.71, but Roku. It was a fake pop here, guys. That 90 is still in jeopardy. Roku, ROKU, 90.58 right now. Yeah, I don't like the ENB now. All right, I do have ICCT thumbnail. That's why I can see this right now, what it's trying to do. Yeah, a little bit of room for DIR. Yeah, low is 58, so I'm not interested. I wish Wish there were more room underneath that it could keep going until I hit that next low in the weekly. That's the DAR. It is moving down, but again, I don't think it doesn't have enough room for me. Yeah, I don't have any shorts, unfortunately, for HSDT. It is just having a reversal day. I have no shorts for it though. Ah, you know what's making a move up now is AVAV after the pullback. AVAV is making a move up after that pullback. Yeah, I mean GMAB. Boy, I wish the next low were right down here around 35, but it's not. The next low is right at 37, 37.13 for GMAB. So I cannot take that short. So all I've done so far did okay on the PALI and the pre-market PALI, and yeah, not. I mean, I made money on the excuse me, ASAN, but not a lot, and that's it. I'm trying to. I was thinking AMC into the 1070s might give us a nice short, but it's popped kind of from there. It's an all-time low though. When you look at this one, AER. I mean, look how crazy it is. I mean, got up to 65, right back down to 62. This is spread like, yeah. I mean, it's really choppy day, and there's a lot of the things that I'm following. I mean, this was looks awesome because I mean, the next low looking left is 60, 60.09. So it certainly has enough room to continue down if it wants to. And that is AER underneath the VWAP, 6117 to the VWAP. I'm sorry, not above the VWAP or above both the VWAP. Hmm. All right, guys. I am not seeing too much from my keeping an eye on the Roku to see if it really holds 90. Gogo is, not a well, I don't know. Okay, it's a reversal play, but to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 13. So we're at 1277 right now. Look at the room play has got underneath, I believe. Oh, yeah. I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, the next low looking left for play is 3174, I believe, on the daily chart. This is an earnings play, actually. Didn't realize it. This is an earnings play. No pun intended, but oh man, I mean, there's so I gotta make sure about that. 30 no, I'm wrong. 3750, sorry, 3750, 3747, 3180. Yeah, so 3747, 3788. I'm just looking at these lows here, 3747, another one, and 37. So 3750. Well, it is below though. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to eyeball this. So it is below those lows, guys. I mean, this is really got, look at the look of this. Look left on this daily chart for play. But I wish there were just a lot more volume. Not a big float, 41 million. Not low, not big. Yeah. Okay. I'm just looking at Roku. Yeah, 90. Still hanging around that 90 level. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I've taken a short on the play. Going to see if this gets any any traction underneath now. I mean, there's no obviously support in terms of chart down to 3174. I'm certainly not saying it's going to get there, but an earnings play. As long as it stays below these lows here, that 3747, 3750, yeah, 3747. So as long as it stays below those lows, all right. While I'm waiting to see how much further play can move down, let's take a look at PW. PW, cheap one. Looking left, the next high, probably too close for me. Yeah, 157. Low float though, 2.7 million in the float. All right, play, come on down. Now, 37 might be a challenge, that whole number. And that's for the play. Okay, guys. Wow, 10:35 already. Pretty fast morning. So let's take a look at my homepage, guys, as I'm continuing to wait. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. As you'll see all my scans that I'm sharing. But first, so this promo code, in theory, will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so that's Labor Day 25 for 25% off the first month only. Yeah, forget that one. I can get you 25%. All right. So Labor Day 25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So this is what I would do. If you do not know this product very well and you're thinking about it, don't go yearly. You can go monthly. And again, you'll get 25% off that first month. Now, if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. But at any time, if you do want to upgrade or take out a yearly, I can get you a 25% promo. Okay. It won't be this one, but it will be something else. But I can always get you a 25% off if you want to, if you're a monthly right now and you want to get to an annual. As always, taking out a subscription means you must do this: 10 short videos, download and install for startup and login, down to introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. New to trading, we got a course for you. Free course, Trading 101. All right. Trading 101. So you can take a look at that. A lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single video, of course, but if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. This is a free resource for you. Daily stock of the video that I do. You can sign up for that free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Let's see how it's doing. Probably not doing too much. FSR is the trade of the week. Yeah, so it did trigger yesterday, but with this market the way it's kind of trading right now, the trigger was 601, and today it got up to what, 621. So kind of iffy right now, but it's free. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. There's our user guide. Great user guide. There's that getting started again. So you want more detail about what an alert window is and a top list window. You want to look at races. I'd also really take a look at price alerts. Okay, I'll demonstrate how to use a price alert or how to set a price alert on our charts. Super simple to do. I use them all the time. Here's that getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break. Excuse me. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, and you can head over and listen to Jamie. And last, so if you do click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. And if you're looking for my scans, here they are. I think the middle section. So This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. That's kind of sets the tone for me to maybe follow the stocks that were active in the pre-market, see if they continue once the market opens. Here's our pulse resumes right over here. Momentum, Momo is up here. Abnormal option activity is here. And I have some others that I'm sharing. And you can take a look at them. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts. So every day I'm going to say the same thing. All I ask is this. If you are going to take out a subscription, doesn't matter when, if it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, all I ask is that if you save my homepage link, I'll come back into the trading room. You don't have to save it, but if you come back into the trading room or save my link and then use the promo code that will be here. Now, Labor Day 25 expires today, but whatever promo code you see, all I ask. The reason I ask is that this room is free. We want to keep it that way, okay? There's a cost, obviously, to running the room. So if the company sees that what I'm doing helps in terms of selling subscriptions down the road, then they don't mind keeping the room free. So that's all I ask is that if you do decide to take out a subscription at some point, just use the code that you'll find on my homepage. And of course, if you do save my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans and that education section at any time. And you can ask questions all day long. Okay. If I'm in a trade, I'll certainly let you know, and I have to really follow it a little more closely. I'll let you know, but you can ask me questions all day long. In other words, don't think you're interrupting. YouTube paradox. Yeah, I saw that Gates did something with Budweiser. That's BUDS. Oops, it ain't Buds, it's Bud. BUD Bud. Well, it's got room still, little bit of room. Not much actually. 56 to 57, not a great percentage move if it got there. Yeah, I haven't looked at the long-term AI. That long-term AI is just a bunch of previous AI alerts from going back. I don't know how long they go back. Holly AI is today. Okay, all the alerts from today is what it looks like. The long term, this could turn like you might see this overstock or as an or whatever in the long term at a later date. So the long term is just previous AI alerts. I don't look at it all, but the AI, as I call it, what you're calling anyway, the Holly AI, these are every day. These are daily. Okay, so you just look at. So if you have our premium service, all you do is just load click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. I profess not to know anything about this. Okay. Yeah, they are past. Well, I don't know if the entry dates are there. I'm surprised that they're not. Thing is, if you click on the alert, what happens is, see if I can find one. If you click on an alert in the long term, you should be able to see where it alerted. If you have a daily or a weekly chart up. The reason I say that is, just give me a moment. I'm just trying to find one. Maybe E and B. Give me a moment. Okay. So if you have a weekly chart, say of E and B, you'll notice that way back here, and I don't know if this would be in the long-term AI, but I'm assuming if you click on any of the alerts in the long term and have at least a daily chart up, but maybe you want to have a weekly chart up. You see there, if you can see my weekly chart for E and B, you see there's a little buy flag back here this week, and it'll tell you the date. That was May the 4th, 2022. I'm sure this is not in the long term. But again, if you click on any of the alerts, you'll see when the alert happened. If that makes sense. 'Cause that signifies a past AI alert if you see a flag like that with either a buy or if it was a short, a sell. Okay? Because like for instance, tomorrow with OSTK, tomorrow you will see a sell on that candle. Okay, you'll see a little sell flag if you load OSTK tomorrow. You'll see a little sell flag. Oh, well, here's one back here. Okay, so on that day, there was a sell signal, and if you hover over it, you'll see how it did. Okay, guys, let's take a look at well at WE. I mean, it's again the one for 40 reverse split. All right, CNM is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. So how much room does it have? A little bit of room. 2914 is the next low looking left for CNM. CNM. It's an earnings play actually. Yeah, earnings this morning before the market opened. Didn't really see it. Probably didn't have that much volume. Any alert window for a VWAP bounce? Not really. I mean, we have alert like I mean, here are the so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hi, hi. These are the I'm just going to click on this alert window and click on search, and then I'm going to type in VWAP. Okay. Just give me a moment. All right. So these are the alerts that we've got. You have to cross above the VWAP, cross below the VWAP. I've never used these ones to be honest. The positive VWAP divergence. Then you got the distance from the VWAP. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by a bounce exactly. I mean, you're talking about something that bounced off the VWAP. In fact, yeah, I'm sorry. Of course, that's what you mean, isn't it? So what I do have, I mean, so you can create a scan that's going to show you when the stock crossed above it or below it. Okay. Oh, so these are the two alerts that you would use. Now, if you're looking for stocks that are close to the VWAP, okay, close to the VWAP, I actually do have a couple of top lists. I think, let's take a look at VWAP. Yeah, so I do have a stock. So you can find stocks that are near the VWAP, a little bit over or a little bit under. Now, whether they're going to bounce, but you can at least you can at least take a look at that if you want. That may be just as good because you'll see stocks that are near the VWAP, then you can make up your mind and say, "Well, okay, if it took if it put a price alert or something just above the VWAP, so you'll know what happens." That's up to you though. If that makes sense. So, I mean, if you want, either one of these two near the VWAP, so these would be stocks just a little bit over, and so maybe they'll bounce. Okay, maybe they'll bounce. Previous days. Okay, high previous days. VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're just the VWAP that we basically always use is the VWAP one. I don't use the other ones at all. I'll be honest, I don't know how many people actually use those other ones, but I mean, the VWAP one is what, if you're trying to trade intraday, this is what you want to see, the VWAP one. Well, listen, I can, like, so do you want this one? So this is near the VWAP, it's over. So you'll see that these will be stocks a little bit over the VWAP, and who knows, maybe they'll bounce. It's probably just as good. So let me just give it to you, and then you can play around with it. You can play around with the price range, volume, and all that. But that's what it's going to show you. All right, guys. CNM play is. I mean, I've taken some off. I don't know. It's just not dynamic enough. CNM though is giving me a little bit here, guys. Just mentioned it just before I went into my little spiel about VWAPs and all that. But there's a CNM. There was the alert at 29.63, and I said it has room down to 29. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Whoa, AMC in that little level that I was kind of waiting on. By the way, guys, that's a classic reason why to use price alerts. Okay, I put a price alert at 1078 for AMC. Okay, I forgot about it. Let me just show you how. And this window, the price alerts window, I always minimize it. So when we hit a price alert, any stock hits the price alert, it'll pop up on my screen. Okay, I cannot miss it. And let's just show you how. So if I put a price alert for 1078 for AMC, I'm just going to bracket them. I'm sorry. Well, first of all, what you do is go to the chart you want to create the price alert on, and then move your pointer. You'll see a dotted line should follow it, and then once you can adjust, put that dotted line where you want the price alert. So I'll put it at then right click, create the price alert at 1075. Now, if that's not where I want it, if I want it at 10, obviously I can make a change. 1073. I typically don't put notes in, and then I just click save. Done. Yeah, so that didn't really solve it then. There, you see what happened? So the AMC put the price alert. Voice cutting out. Well, I did hit a little dial. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe, hopefully that'll prevent it from doing it again. Let me just do a quick check also on that control panel. Ah, interesting. Okay, let me know if that helps. Okay, let me know if that helps. Hmm. I'll have to consult my IT professional, Mr. Pepe himself. Is it really Pally at a high of the day test? You're right, it is a high of the day test, 179. Okay, so this is what happened. Guys, you disregard me. I'm having a private conversation with Pepe, okay? Okay, so this is what happened. So I did what you did yesterday. I went to sound, recording, right clicked on the microphone, went to properties, went to levels. You see what's happening is that this won't hold. I actually it was you see what's happening? It's moving down. It's not wanting to hold the level. I had it at 40, and then when somebody said I was cutting out, it was back to 17. And see how it doesn't seem to want to hold. Is that because of it's adjusting to how loudly I'm speaking, or but it doesn't seem to want to hold. So I guess the question is, how do I prevent that something from adjusting it? It must be adjusting to my voice. You know what I want to do? I want to just turn off a crisp. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this CNM to see if it has a further pullback. I'm just going to take look at some settings here if I can. Okay, so audio, auto. I'm gonna restore the optimal. Maybe this auto. I don't know. I don't know enough about this. There is not a lot of background noise, really. Sorry, guys. I know this is annoying, very annoying for me. And it's got to be annoying for you guys to hear me talk about it. Yeah, see, it wants to adjust. I'm not. This apply is always grayed out. I don't know if that means anything, but I'll take a look, Blaine, later. Okay, I just don't want to hijack the room on this stuff yet. Maybe at the end of the day again. Okay, guys. So the CNM is still kind of working. I want to see it get down into the 2930s. Walter Cronkite, the most trusted man in America. Ah, shoot, when I was messing around with the sound levels, I forgot about the AMC. Well, we'll see. AMC is an all-time low now. Yeah, Pally. I got to take a look at Pally because I mean it still has some room. Low float, 6.5 million in the float. Did have some news. It's only up 174%. It's actually coming into the 200-day moving average right there. I'm sure nobody would have thought that it would have any chance today when it was sitting down here under $1 to even get close to this 200-day moving average today. I put a price alert on the CNM. I've got a little level here for Roku that I might get interested in. It's 91.32, which is the high of about 45 minutes ago on the 15-minute chart. And it's 91.42 that I've. Hey, man, come on. Well, it's just a little bit below where I shorted it, but for the CNM. Give me a moment, guys. Oh, this is halted. Pally's halted now on the way down. Play. Well, I don't have very much left, but at least it's giving me a little bit here now, guys. Play and see if it can what it does around that 37 mark. I still have I still have the CNM. It's basically right where I shorted it. So watching it to see if it moves down back from here. All right, guys, 11:05. So again, in listen, a little less than an hour, I'll be taking my break. So I'll be sure it's going to be Jamie. Boy, look at this play. This is why I love it. I mean, if it can just hold this level here, I don't have as, I've traded some out, but want to hold on just in case it can really blast through 37. Look left. I mean, look at all the room it's got. 3160 is the next low. Well, AKTS all-time low. A lot of shares available too. 744,000 at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to do it, but all-time low now for AKTS earnings play. Man, oh well, I wanted to take that AMC at around 1077 on the short. Yeah, this XPOF is showing up. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But boy, it is a bit of a spread issue. 20 looks like it could hold it. Okay, there's on the daily chart. Looks like 20 could hold it. Guys, this is a pretty big level for AVAV to have taken out that 120 level. It's still it's an earnings play. I mean, it's still up 25%. But that 120 underneath, look at this 111. Now they had I can't remember who put the price target. It was Baird, I think, put a pretty aggressive price target on this. But oh, AMC. Well, hopefully somebody heard me talking about that 1070 mid 70s. Okay, sorry guys. ALGM. What's looking left? What do we see here? 33.90. So about $2, around $2 to the next low on the weekly chart for ALGM. It's not an earnings play. Cheap one, guys. NBSC. This was pretty active early. Yeah, look at this. I mean, how choppy. Hard to trade, guys, for me anyway. Very hard to trade. Pop up in the pre-market, market opens, drops. I mean, this is high as 165, right back down to almost a dollar. Moving again, low float, 1.42 million. The next high looking left, it's almost there. Looks like there could be some resistance right around 180 for NBSE. Okay, come on, CNM. Drop. Let me see if there's any news on this NBSE. Oh, that's right. I think they had some kind of a. No, I did not know this. Okay, shares up 40% after Symmetrics acquires a 20% stake. Are they a public company, Symmetrics? I don't see them here. I don't I don't think that Symmetrics is a public company. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, this market, guys. I mean, this has been basically a sell-off. I mean, the market was sort of flat. A little. It was a little bit down, but since the market opened at 9:30, we have had basically straight down. Little sliver of green at 10:30 on that 15-minute candle. But other than that, we have been down since basically straight down since 9:30. That's why that's my concern about the CNM. I mean, it's just not what thought maybe with the market doing what it's doing. It's an earnings play. I know it's down already. How much? It's not down. It's not down that much. So I was able to get shorts easily. It's not down 10%. So it may have been down 10% yesterday. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Okay, another one below the whole number two, VRNT. Let's see what VRNT is doing. VRNT. And this is, wow, it's almost a lifetime low for VRNT below the whole number. The low in the pre-market was 30.66. Takes that out. The low yesterday was 30.54. I don't know. Let it take out that low of yesterday, and I mean, it's almost an all-time low for VRNT. Lots and lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 2 million. Come on. Okay, CNM into the low 30s for me. Not shortable for me. NBSE at Interactive Brokers, not shortable for me. Ah, I'm sort of giving up on this CNM. I'm just going to give it a little bit longer. It's not dynamic enough for me. Oh, I remember this ENTA, ENTA. I saw this one, yeah, yesterday. So this all-time low, guys. That's right. This is an all-time low. ENTA, all-time low. ENTA. This is a huge move down yesterday. Continuing today. The low of yesterday was 12.18. I took 80 off my thumbnail. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's more lawyer stories. I'm sure. I'm sure there must be. Okay, guys, I did take a shot in the ENTA. Okay. All-time low underneath that whole number. Ooh, you know what I didn't look at? Dumb. Hardly any volume. I look at the relative volume is good, but hardly any volume. And it's a pretty low float, 19.5 million in the float. So I've got to pay attention to this. Basically where I shorted it. Okay, I'm out of the play now, guys. I just don't think well, it may go down through 37, but if it does, it'll be without me. So I'm out of the play completely. That was a short, covered it completely. Okay, CNM. A lot of patience on this one for me. Let's start putting some price alerts, see if I can induce it downwards. Well, okay, Tony. I mean, if they're talking about a short squeeze, well, that might be what they're talking about. Yeah. So, I mean, if you got a high short float and a stock all of a sudden has some news or it's just moving, even if you can't find news, but that might be different from a bear trap or a bull trap. I don't usually pay too much attention to stuff like that. Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to it. Somebody else might be able to, I mean, I know there's a term, the bear trap or a bull trap. Oh, maybe it can be explained like this. If a stock is moving down, looks like it's a short. Yeah, so I don't really pay too much attention to stuff like that, Tony. So somebody else, I know that people talk about bear traps and bull traps, maybe in the room. Flag, yeah, flag. Well, it might be important to some. It's not important to me, you see. So that's why I don't really know too much about it. That's not, if I, it's just, I just don't think about stuff like that too much. But there could be people in the room that say, "Oh, it's incredibly important to me," and maybe they can explain why. Okay. And again, when you set price alerts, that basically forces the stock down. So that's what I'm going to keep doing. Put a price alert. Okay. Well, just in case I'm kidding, of course. A price alert does not force the stock down. Oh, I saw news in the free market. Yeah, China banning iPhone use by government employees. All right, guys. Well, my patience. No, it was being tested. Believe me, for the CNM. Oh, I see play. I'm out of it now, but I see play now is making another attempt at 37. I'm out of it now. Listen, if it takes out 37, right. Well, keep editing this price alert for CNM. Now, CNM, what did I say? I mean, yeah, getting very close. 29.17. So, okay, guys, I've covered some of the CNM just because the next low is getting close. Okay, I've covered some of it and we'll see if it can take it out. Wow, look at play. Shoot, I would still be in it if it hadn't had that little pop right there. Wow, this is turning into, well, I'll put a price alert right at 29 now for CNN. Now all I need is a nice move down for ENTA, and I'll be really happy. All right, I'm going to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room taking over for me in about 34 minutes. Sometimes he's listening to me, so he may answer me immediately. And the answer is yes, he'd answer me. So he's probably listening to me. Wow. So ticked off. I'm not in the AMC short. The big focus for me at right in the mid 70s. AV may be holding the VWAP. Let me take a look at AVAV. We're trying to hold the VWAP. VWAP is at 119.82, so it's just at that level, okay? Just kind of right around that VWAP. Ah, Mark is putting a little pop here. I haven't seen that one for a while. Poe, little Mr. T talk. Hmm. Yeah, that's weird, Pepe. I don't know if you can see that. So yeah, even though I keep adjusting the level up here, it doesn't stick, and it's based on, I guess, well, it's based on whatever this Chris microphone is picking up from my voice. If I talk really low, ought to be the reason. What do I think about VFS short? Probably not much because I don't think I have shorts available. Yeah, I've never had shorts available, Luca. Question in our YouTube room. Now, if you've got shorts available, I mean, your next low looking left is down here at 1832, but it can be a very wild stock. But I just and I look at this 15-minute chart. I mean, it's very choppy, up, down, up, down, up, down. So, but I personally do not have shorts available for VFS at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, I've taken myself out of the ante, basically flat. Um, the volume isn't great, and I just don't want it to jump on me. Well, I mean, obviously the VFS has weakened significantly since the ridiculousness of getting up to 93, and it's been sliding ever since. But if even if I could short this, I'd be looking at this daily chart or this 15-minute chart and all these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, sure, the obviously the trend is down, but I don't see a I don't see a way in which I would be, even if I had shorts available, how I would be just saying, "Oh yeah, I got to short this right now." Having said that, this could just drop another $5 and get close to that low right there, or $7. Oh man, okay, I've got to stop saying "oh man" about AMC. But last time, guys, anybody take the AMC short? Remember now, this is like $1.03, $1.03. Remember they did a 1 for 10 reverse split. So before the reverse split, this is like $1.03. All right, guys. So all I've got right now is the CNM. I just have some of the CNM left, and we're just watching to see. I mean, it's just below. I think the low of looking left. I think the low was 29.17. 9.17. Yeah, 29.17. So it's just below it. Now the next low is 29. If we can take that out, then the next low is 28. Sorry, is yeah 28.49. And again, this is an earnings play, so I do anticipate it'll be active. Not gonna. I don't think the volume's gonna dry up. What's my favorite short ideas? Well, anything you see the abnormal option activity. I mean, anything you see in brown. I don't know if it's my favorite, but also my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, on my 10-day daily breakdown, and so the two I pay attention to for potential shorts are the 10-day daily breakdown and anything that's showing up in brown in my option activity scanner. Wow, 29 guys. Okay. Well, let's go 28.85. Let's see if I can induce it down a little bit more. Now, if you're wondering why, because AMC is not showing up, I don't think, on either of those. But, I read the news this morning. I saw AMC. A lot of this stuff, remember, I see in the pre market. So I saw AMC in the pre market doing this, seeing it do this. So the first thing I do, I check to see what sort of news there is. Now, they try to put up some I'm just going to use the term some nonsense about HYMC, where they've got a stake in. And if you look at the news for HAMC, study has confirmed significant gold and silver recoveries. So the idea is that, with AMC owning some of this HYMC, if it ever becomes a viable mine, and it's always a long shot, that can help pay down the AMC debt. But when you actually look at the AMC news, it said they're going to, announce as an offering of 40 million shares at the market. Well, what's going to happen, guys? So even though this has not come on a scan, one of the reasons why it wouldn't show up, yeah. So the reason why it's not showing up on the options, my abnormal option activity, or the 10-day daily breakdown, is because on my 10-day daily breakdown, the relative volume has to be 8. So that's, it's only at 6 now. And in the option scanner, if I look at AMC, oops. So when I look at AMC, I mean, it's trading a lot of contracts today, 302,000. But believe it or not, that's only 60% of normal, the average over the last 10 days. So that's why it's not showing up here. But I certainly knew about it because of the work I do in the pre-market. And the CNM did show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, 2963. Hallelujah, through 29 now. Okay. Okay, Pepe, maybe before I take my break, can I be more specific? What does that mean, being MNG business? I mean, these are ideas. Remember, these are ideas. Okay, that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. So these are all ideas to short. Doesn't mean just because I get an alert, it doesn't mean I just pile into the short. But now I have to examine what's happening. You hear me talk about looking left all the time. See where stock could keep going before, if I'm shorting, before it hits the next low. That's always important to me. Little little Beatles reference goods. I heard the news today. Oh boy, you know that song. I'm not going to sing it. Okay, okay. Now you're just pulling my leg. Okay. So when you say again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I think the Beatles are timeless. I don't think you have to be born during the Beatles or to know all the timeless Beatles songs, in my opinion. Um, so again, MNG business. Did that answer your question? Okay, good. And again, if you're looking for my scans, as always, So clicking on my homepage link and you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you get to the middle section, my scans. So, pre-market actives up and down, again, setting the tone for the stocks that might be active once the market opens. And then there's the abnormal option activity. And then what you don't see is the 10-day daily breakdown or up or breakout on my other monitors, but you can of course have them. And again, just a word about the scan called abnormal option activity. It doesn't mean I don't trade options. So if you're going to ask me why, the answer is because. Okay, seriously, I just don't trade options. I'd rather trade stocks. That's all there is to it. So, but what I'm looking for here, I'm always looking for stocks having abnormal activity. Okay, and this is another way to find them. Just if they're having abnormal option activity, I play the stock itself, play it, trade it. But some have said that especially if you're trading intraday option, if you're trading options intraday, you could probably use something like this because this is going to show you the stocks that are having abnormal option activity, as it's named. And so again, with the play, 3,600 contracts, that's 373% or 3.7 times normal. So my minimum for something to show up here, my minimum, it has to be trading at least 150%, 1.5 times normal. Normal meaning the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay. So that would be the baseline. So if a stock traded 5,000 contracts over the last average over the last 10 days, and you use that, this is the filter that we're talking about. We just show you the option filters that we do have. Some obvious ones. We've got the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. That option volume here, contracts, should be better name, but anyway, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this one down here, option volume today, percent. So if I put 300, I put 300% ratio of 3 right here. Okay. And a stock has traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. Well, just do some simple math. For you to see that stock today, you will have to be trading 15,000 contracts 3 times. So that's all I'm looking for. I'm just looking for abnormal option activity that helps me find stocks that are just trading abnormally in conjunction with the high relative volume. Oh, good exit for me on the ENTA. Okay, Pepe, let's do this before I take my break. I'm a bit of a lull for me right now. So, what would you like me to do regarding the sound levels and all? I actually wonder if I just disable crisp. Okay, let me do this in front of you here. Advanced tab. So go into sounds, of course. Okay, go into sounds. Advanced. Okay, I'm in advanced. Sorry. Recordings. Okay. And then click. Okay. So I'm in recordings. Don't I have to click on the microphone now? Okay. So that's what I did. And now don't I go to properties? Sorry, guys. Okay. Yes. So that's what I did. And then I go to advanced instead of levels, right? Okay. So we're back. Restore defaults. I'm sorry. Did that yes mean restore defaults? No. You're still looking, right? Wow, look at God, AMC is almost under $1 now before that split. I'll just move this off until you tell me what to do. I can't. Okay. Okay. Allow, I can uncheck it. Yes. And they want me to apply it. Okay. Then okay. And now, but you want me to go to properties and levels? Now we're at 18. Okay. So now you want me to move it up to say 40 or whatever and see if that holds it. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'll be done in a second. Okay. All we can do is see. I still cannot cut. I still, the apply is always grayed out. I cannot do that. Okay. We'll see if that holds it. How do you stop from so many alerts on the same stock? Okay. Chang in our YouTube room. Okay. So for instance, so Chang, are you, can you hear me and see my screen before I, and so the question is, and it could be, this could be a question from many. How do you stop from having so many alerts on the same stock? Hey, Chang. So before I continue, I just have to have a yes. You can hear me and see my screen. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, Foxo. So is what is your alert? Is it new high of the day? Let's take a look at Foxo just for fun. But is it a new high? Like, what are you using for your alert? New high of the day? So in your scan for Foxo, what is the actual alert that you're using? You have to have a trigger. Is it the new high of the day or new low of the day or what is it? Well, at any rate. what you can do, you might want to try this then. If you don't want to see the same stock, like here, okay, you see what Play is doing right there? Every time Play makes a new low, I'm going to see it here. But if you notice over here, I only see Play one time. The first alert was at 11:04 Eastern time, and the alert was at 37:20. Okay, that's the first alert. How do I do that? If I go, I'm going to assume you have an alert window, Chang. If you right click and go to properties and don't repeat, okay, so on an alert window, right click, scroll down to properties, a box will pop up, and click on don't repeat. So here you have some options. If I check the don't repeat symbol for, and this is a drop down menu. So if you don't want to hear that same stock over and over again, you can, you have your choice. You can don't repeat the symbol for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. That's typically what I do because I like to go back, kind of go back in time and say, okay, when was the first alert? What was the price? What did it do from there? But that's up to you. So these are your options if you don't want to hear the stock over and over again. Okay. And then you just say, pick whatever one you want, say okay, and then that it'll get attached to that alert window. Okay, 1 hour. Okay. And guys, as I anything that you do, okay, you must save your work at the end of the day. I mean, the super, super simple way is, if you click on file and exit, it's going to ask you to want to save your layout so that if you say yes, it'll save your current layout, any change you made. And when you load trade ideas tomorrow, that's what's going to load, the current layout you've got. But make sure you save your work. Any change you make, you have to save it. I had AMC thumbnailed. I had to take it off. That was just such an awesome short from the middle 1070s that I'm not in. All right. Well, take that, Vicky. I'm glad you made a little bit of money on your CNM. Now, I'd love to see it proceed downwards again underneath 29. It's the only thing I got left. I sure wish I had the play left. The only reason is that you could be in history, Chang, or it's the way it's sorted. I'm going to duplicate this window. Okay. What time is it? 11:54. So I'm going to try to do this quickly because I'll be taking my break, but I'm going to duplicate the window. Okay. Where are you? Give me a moment. It should not be up. Sometimes dragging these things. Oh man, what's going on here? All right, give me a moment. I got to find out where I duplicated it. Right there. Okay. See if I can grab it a little bit better. Okay. So yeah, typically if I were in history mode, the don't repeat, let me make sure of that. Yeah, so the don't repeat is grayed out. So make sure you're not in history mode, number one. Okay. You probably aren't, but let's make sure you're not. The other way is, let me just say this. You could be in the view mode if my memory is right. That's right. So it could be if you check the alert window that you've got, it all depends if you right click and go to properties and check your view mode. If your view mode and group and sort by, you will not get the don't repeat option. Okay. And if you've never done the group and sort by, it's probably then maybe something that I gave you or you copied it from something. Group and sort is just a different way of seeing the alerts. The default is newest first, so that's probably the reason. Okay, okay. More than likely, it again, if you left click on your alert window, hover over properties, go to view mode, and if group and sort by is checked, then you will not be able to do you will not be able to use the don't repeat. Okay, just let me know. I'll be taking my break really soon. So if that didn't work, Jamie should be able to help you. Put the pressure on him. I think that's probably the reason. One of two. You're either in history mode or you've got that different view mode. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Jamie will be showing up really soon. And I'll just put my announcement in. There he is. Give me a moment, Jamie, okay? I just got to get my announcements here. Okay,
Oh,
give me a
no
moment. I have all
worries.
these things.
All these things.
All these things going. Oh, I don't have a positions tab. Okay. Now let me get the announcement in on break back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, that's done. Okay, guys, in the main room, I am now putting you on mute. Okay, YouTube, you guys can still hear me. And now let me get rid of my music. Where's my music?
And what was the music today, Barry?
You know, I've had a Sirius XM subscription forever. And so
Hmm.
I go into some kind of a retro 90s, 80s thing. Still like that music.
I've been listening to, believe it or not, on Pandora, an
Oh yeah.
NXS station, which it plays a lot of
Hmm.
good 80s and 90s stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
It's always good to
Good
hear
stuff.
Flock of Seagulls and some
Oh
of the
yeah,
old Police.
absolutely. Absolutely. I can't handle the new music. I mean, it's that simple. I just can't
Yeah,
handle it.
yeah. I mean, we're old,
I know it
so
sounds like grumpy
I'm on
old
the
man,
same
but
page with you.
I can't handle it. You know.
Okay, my friend.
Uh,
I believe I have the screen here.
you have control. You have the helm.
Yes. All right, Captain. Well, enjoy your break,
Okay,
and
I
we'll
will.
see you when you get back.
Okay, James. Thanks. Bye bye.
Uh-huh. Okay. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. Welcome to my desktop. I will be your host for the next 1 hour, and this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Um, if you're new to the product, welcome. Don't be afraid to ask any questions you might have about the software. And let's see. Oh yeah, Brian, little Steely Dan helps put the nerves at ease. Let's see. I think Chang had a question. Why do some alert windows have an option for don't repeat and some do not? Well, for example, these are just plain alert windows right here. And let's see. We have the do not repeat option right here hiding in the properties, right? Now, it could be, whereas these are just freestanding single alert windows up here, the one right here with the M, and of course, as always, I forget to grab my pen, so let me just grab that. Pop up somewhere here. Where'd you go? Okay, so this little guy right here is a multi-strat window, right? So if that's what you're talking about, when we right click in here, we also have the do not repeat option. So in both the standalone alert windows and the multi-strategy windows, uh, we do have the option for do not repeat. Now, Cheng, perhaps you were talking about a top list. So for example, these two guys right here are top lists. So when we, when we come down here and go to properties for top list, there is no do not repeat function because they function as a list, not necessarily a scrolling window where you could see repeats come through. So hopefully that makes sense. If I missed the point there, feel free to use the questions panel to get the question back out there. All right. Well, pardon me. I bel Okay. All right, robot. Stand by, ladies and gents. Okay. I don't think we should have that problem anymore. Sorry for the noise pollution there. Okay, so what's been going on today in the market? And everybody just keep in mind, when we do the live support session, no pre-planned content, usually just talk and shop, what's going on in the market today, if anybody needs any help with the software, things of that nature. So if you do have a question, please use that questions panel to get it out. Um, I mean, the buzz of the day, once again, AMC. And here we can see the post-market activity. I'm assuming that this is probably where they announced. When did they announce that offering? Let's see here. But for those of you who do not know, getting ready to sell up to 40 million shares. So yet another offering. And if they did it at 10, that's 400 million. But as you can see, where were we hovering in the pre-market? About 1350, 1360. Immediately sheds 2 points there. 1360 down to 1160 pre-market. Little swoon, little bounce. Not much of a bounce, more of like a dead cat bounce here on the 5-minute. But man, this thing's set up really nice for a regular intraday session break right here, right around the 1070 level. All right. Sellers clearly in control. Well, we don't all know, but anytime a company announces financing, typically the stock is going to take a hit. Whether it's more public shares, a private offering, it's dilutive, I guess would be the key word here. And so, once we broke these levels right here, I remember making the comment, man, this thing's got 10 bucks written all over it. Famous last words, because that doesn't mean it's going to happen today. But it actually did. Let's see what the low there was. Yeah, 1002, close enough. Close enough. And the day is not over yet. Get some more sideways action here. We can see it over here a lot more pronounced on the 15. But usually when we get these little spills like this, especially since the stock is currently at all-time lows, if you kind of zoom out and take a peek at the weekly here, not looking too pretty. And this little section right down here, previous all-time lows, but here we are today at fresh ATLs. Ooh, good question there, Trevor. In lieu of the news and all that good stuff, your guess is as good as mine. The last time a company, and of course, this is apples and oranges here. Tilray, let's see, when was that offering? Yeah, it was way back here, way back in May. Tilray announced a deal. You can see what the stock did. Spent a lot of time down here, and then boom, boom, boom. Life is good again for Tilray as it tries to reclaim this level. Having a little problem today. Its new home is right in here right now. But it might live above that line for a while, but unless we get a close today above that level, not looking too likely. And if it does get more oomph to it, then, here's the next level of interest going all the way back to February 2nd, well before the offering. So we shall see how things play out for the rest of the day with AMC. Will it crush through 10 with heavy selling or will it not? In the meantime, my eyes on the SPY earlier, we got the 10 period right here. And I'm thinking to myself, well, this would be a good little inflection point. If we snuggle this on up, we can see it coinciding with this little area of congestion, which could be interpreted as short-term buyers, right? So it's going to be interesting to see. So 1, 2, 3, 4 red days, of course, 3 consecutive down days. Could be a good bounce spot for the SPY, kind of nestling up there with the 10 and the 50 period moving average. And then we got the 20 just looming a little bit below. So kind of like a hurry up and wait for the rest of the session right now. And while there has been opportunity out there, I personally thought we'd be a little bit more active yesterday and today, having the summer technically behind us. But it still is a partial week since Monday was a holiday. So 2 more days left in the week. And then I guess officially we'll be back in the regular. Well, one would think we'd be back in the regular mode, but the market can be fickle. We'll just have to see. All right, Chang, I see you. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. My chat panel had scrolled up, so those were old questions, Chang. So apologies. Okay, Trevor. The question is, what keeps me from trading the indices? Do I ever? Well, here's the deal. Let's say I said, you know what? I'm just going to trade market direction. I'm going to trade the SPY today. Well, looks great in retrospect, right? But these things for my style of trading, which is more of a day trading scalping method, those ETFs, those large ETFs, I don't care if it's the SPYs, the Qs, the DIA, IWM, any of the ones you see up here. I mean, from my perspective, if all we had to do was trade market direction, well, hey, that'd be great. Only have to focus on a few instruments each and every day. They are liquid. But it's just not my style. Um, Matter of fact, I don't really know hardly anybody out there that says, you know what, I'm just a market. I just want to get long if the market's going up. I want to get short if the market's going down. That's a pretty difficult game, right? Um, so that's why the subsector is okay. If the overall market's going down or the overall market's going up, if it's going up, I want to target what I feel are strong stocks. If it's going down, I want to target what I feel are weak stocks, and that's all going to be predicated on the charts and the volume levels and the price action that's taken place thus far, right? A lot of the times I'll start out with a day, oh, there goes AMC. It is not waiting. Perfect example, AMC today. Look, the overall market is in a downtrend, right? We're pecking at lows slowly. That doesn't mean everything's going down. But guess what? AMC is, because things are going on. Certain chart patterns are in play. Long-term technical, it's in the hole. There's no support when we look left. No daily support, no weekly support, no monthly support. It's in play. Volume's off the chart. Currently, well, where did my pen go again? Oh, I guess I closed it. I'll have to get it. But relative volume down here over 6. Volume on the 5-minute level at present is still almost 5x normal. So something like this has a lot better chance of doing what I think it's going to do because of all the factors that I just kind of spit out here. Now the market is helping, right? But who knows, with everything that's going on with AMC today, this might be going on even if the market was up 1% instead of down almost a percent from prior close. So, Trevor, once again, it's all about the characteristics or the personalities of the stocks that I'm targeting for the day. And a lot of the times it's the same stocks every day. But they just have to be in a position to where, okay, if this stock does get some traction to the downside or the upside, like you hear Barry talk about all the time, is there any room, right? Or is it going to bump its head on the way up? Or is some thick level of support going to catch it on the way down? You can see this AMC playing out in real time as it plunges deeper into the void and looking left, nothing to support it. So where does it stop? Nobody knows. But technical perfection today on that entry on AMC. NBSE, did I see that one? I don't think I did, but good example of a contrarian. Doesn't care that the market's down, doesn't care what's going on in the market. Therapeutic biotech stock. Don't know what the news is, more than likely. Let's see. Somebody acquired 20% stake stock. Okay, so a little institutional action. Sending this one higher today. So what did we close at yesterday? We closed at $1.15. So not a bad little gap up. Opened at 133 and then took a ride up to 250. So definitely things are in play, kind of like the opposite, well, the opposite catalyst, shall we say, compared to AMC. Now, speak of the devil here now, Brian, look what's coming through my unusual number of prints alert window here, which a lot of the times these are blow off tops. Not saying that's going to happen right now, but it's definitely a possibility. Or capitulations, I should say. But what does Barry always say? Let's look to the left here. And, butting up against this little area right here, which might act as supply, or if we do get a close above this line right here, 240-ish, then we might march sideways, or who knows, 200-day average is looking like it's a siren just calling this thing. It's got massive volume pumping through it because talk about a micro float, 1.42 million shares in the float, assuming that is correct, and it's already traded 50 million. Now, you know, that's over a 25 times float turnover at present levels. And currently, if you want volume on the smaller time frames, well, divide that by 100. What is that? 4,100? So that is some crazy, crazy volume on little NBSE today. Look at the 1 minute. Did it all do it in uno momento? Yep, not bad. Not bad at all. I wish I was in it. For excuse me. First breakout here. Coils up for a little bit. Repeats the pattern again here. Strong. All right, Trevor, see your question there. I have 3 scams. You have a lot. Do they complement each other? Different. Yeah, well, it might look like a lot of information here, Trevor. Of course, I have to kind of redo things before I do this session on Wednesdays because I've got my resolution turned way up so that I can pack more stuff into my, you know, main trading layout with all my, all my trade ideas windows, my races, all the stuff I need from TI, and then I have to fold my trading platform in there as well. So it looks a little different, but the windows are pretty much the same. Um, these windows right here, my liked highs and liked lows, these are all pointed to a custom list of just some of the stocks I like to keep my eyes on. Okay, faves, and I do believe at present time, where'd my TI bar go? Let me see how many symbols are in there. Yeah, I've got less than 100 stocks in my favorite list right now, 97. So these really aren't that hard to keep up with. 97 stocks that might be hitting highs and lows. These don't really go too fast. But for example, your comment about do some of them complement one another? Well, I always like it when one of the stocks that I uh, consistently monitor also shows up in these guys down here, the turbo breaks up and down, because these are not pointed to a custom list. They're high-low tickers, but they just got some generic filtering in here, relative volume requirement, and some volume requirements in there. So sometimes I'll see things coming through here that I don't see on here that still look good for my style. But I also like it when I have a stock that I watch all the time coming through here organically. That means a lot of other people are seeing the same thing I am, even though they might be, using a little bit different of a high-low ticker, right? Especially if I'm in a position that gives me a little bit more confidence to be patient. That's my Achilles heel. That's one of my demons that I fight all the time is patience. I need to be more patient, right? Because that's the greed bug. You might hear whether Steve, Andy, Barry, as traders, no matter what time frame you operate on, you've always got one demon sitting on your left shoulder, one on your right. One's fear, one's greed, one's always whispering in your ear. You better take that money. They're going to reverse it on you. You better take that money. Or, you know what? I'm holding on this one for no rhyme or reason when I know I should be covering. That's greed, right? So you always have to satisfy both of those guys. You feed them a little bit, you take a little bit of profits, you manage your risk well on what you have open, and they shut up. But you have to deal with them because they never go away, right? They're always going to be there. I don't care if you've been trading a year, 5 years, 10, 15, 20. It's just part of the game. Now, also to Trevor, about isn't it hard to keep up? These are just high-low tickers, custom list, overall market. But as you can see right now, pretty dead, right? These guys over here aren't really moving around. They're just lists, okay? And I've got my faves sorted by relative volume. No surprise that AMC is on the top, 978. And of course, I can see that right here. WeWorks, probably one of the biggest scams ever to go public. Not looking too healthy here. Zoom out a little bit. Hey, looks kind of like AMC. We don't work is what they should change the name to. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And the market is littered with these types of offerings. Now, I don't know if they reverse split this one or not, but if they didn't, good Lord. Not getting any float data on that one. Okay, I'm getting a little message over here that says you guys might be having trouble hearing and seeing me. I hope that's not the case. But if you can still hear and see, just let me know. Yep, NBSE, great example. This guy just keeps on coming. And if it keeps going, it might have another 33 cents in it. Now, just curiosity, let's do this. Let's duplicate the window. Let's only point it to this guy. And let's just see when it first showed up today. And I'm guessing right on the open because it's just been so dang active, right? So that was the first high, but then it doesn't hit another high for till 10:05. And then look, magically, one alert there, and then it doesn't hit another one till bingo, the breakout point right there. So, even if you're quick on the draw, you still might have had to pay $1.60-ish to get into that thing. Top of that candle was $1.69. But hey, it never really gave you any flack. Just cruised right on up to 220, took another little break, and then whammy, 1110. Gee, I bet when we scroll up here, there we go. There it is again. So two really nice entry zones for NBSE. Okay, thank you, Jeff. All right, thank you, Brian. Yeah, I don't know why that pops up from time to time, and it's not necessarily true. Okay, so 1121, and that's in this candle right here. So remember what I said about blow off tops thus far, 282. All right, let's say we took, let's say, all in the 80s here, we're thinking it's going to back off. And if you're the type of trader that likes to step in front of an oncoming locomotive, like we have here, but of course, I make it sound a little bit scarier than it really is. If you're looking over here as we topped out, you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to give it too much. Let's say we've got another 2 minutes for this candle to close. So if I was looking to execute a short here, maybe try to scalp a little bit out, maybe on a retracement back down to the 230s, you'd have to make an entry right about now and risk probably a penny outside of that candle, 317. So, you're looking at you're looking at a 37-cent risk there just to see what happens. Which fading highs like this and trying to pick bottoms, not really my style. When we're looking at those patterns in retrospect, they look so good. But actually being able to tag those levels, execute appropriately, scale in instead of taking, a big chunk at a time, that's a difficult game. And that's why I typically do not play it. Okay, I think I have not missed any questions. But it does seem the NBSE is getting a little tired. I would like to think that if I had bought it here and I'm like, ooh, I'm not getting out. I would think that they would come down here and flog the stops that might be in here from people who had purchased it here. So it's going to be interesting to see if this thing does come down and peck at that 34 level and then go right back up. Just speculation. So we'll see. That is great, Brian. I wish I was there with you. What do I think of GTech short? Ooh, well, once again, that you know what's happening in GTech on the daily is kind of what's happening to NBSE, on the 5 minute. Similar action, but the different time frame. So, where in the world might GTech stop? Well, let us first consult the tea leaves. Okay, so this area back here from August of last year, right? You know, a lot of the times these types of moves to go from here all the way up here take months, years. Well, not GTech. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 5 days, it's almost achieved this level up here, right? Blew right through these guys like a knife through hot knife through butter. This level here was never really in play except for that day. Blew right through that one, blew right through that one. All these other little areas right here that you could mark off. Boom, doesn't care. Boom, doesn't care. But that's a big move right there. So, and once again, this is not advice, but if for some crazy reason I wanted to try and short GTech, I'd be forced. Let's just zoom out a little bit here. I think this is a better yardstick at which to measure because look at the top of this level here, 485, hitting, ramming right up against the 200 period moving average on the weekly. And of course, it backed off from there. So perhaps the 200-day moving average is going to act as the wet blanket. So, a couple different scenarios might play out on GTech. You know, it might not care. It might just bust through this today, close above this level, or it might have found some supply at the 200-day coupled with this area back here. So if GTech is going to slow down the 200 and this area of congestion back from August of last year, there might be supply here. And once again, I'm not telling anybody to short or go long GTech. I'm just saying if I was thinking about trying to short this thing, that would be the level of interest. Yeah, that would be a pretty tight stop. But definitely strong. I don't even know what Greenland Technologies. Let's see what they do here. Electrical industrial vehicles and drivetrain systems. Okay, so just the electric vehicles, but forklifts and stuff like that. Yeah, no problem, Luca. Little time check here. Okay, about halfway through the hour. XXII has been in play for a couple of days now. I remember hearing Barry talk about this when I had that nice little green day yesterday, but just kind of floundering today, hitting a session high, but nothing special. Did the Nebsy peter out? Yep. It's trying to figure out, well, do I want to go visit this area first? Or do I want to come back down here and run some stops before I take back off? Taking its time, taking a little breather. Have kind of neglected my Dawn of the Dead today. Let's see if I missed out. Okay, MBSE, no big surprise to see that one showing up a lot. NVAX, and not bad upside action for the first half, giving some of it back. Same from VTGN. Yuck, I wouldn't touch that with anybody's account. Tell. Well, nothing to write home about, but I'm a stickler for patterns. Nice clean 119 push or break up to 125. 26 at the top, but we could call it 25. Not a bad percentage scalp on Tell. Tiger just kind of looking like an accordion. No interest in that one. BLRX would have been kind of nice if it weren't for that wick that kind of ruined everything there. Nothing special with up, just a red waterfall to start the day. And nothing really too crazy out of upload. That reminds me, just get the market scope pulled up here. Oh, and guess who's right at the front of the Market Scope webpage? Front and center. Just 136%. All just, off the biggest gainers. I forgot what the stock was the other day, which was front and center here too. Of course, it's no guarantee it's going to continue, but then that's our job as traders to go, well, this one's in play today. I'll pick my spot, see if I'm right, take that long, take that short, let it play out. For those of you that did that on NBSE today, handsomely rewarded. All right, Brian, see your question there. Am I considered a momentum trader? Price action, if you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite patterns? Well, I'm a simpleton, right? So just what we were looking at there in the NBSE. Okay. Maybe I got logged out here. Let me see. Yeah, I connected to the web and I got kicked out of the client. That's why. So give me a second to reestablish my connection here. Okay, there we go. Bad web, bad web. Okay, once again, as far as intraday trading patterns, beautiful opening range break right here on NBSE, right? Now, had I been here and participated in this one, which I wish I would have, but somehow I missed out on it. But had I bought this break right here and I paid 150-ish for it, right? Nice little tame area. Tells me that the sellers aren't going, bonko on it. They're kind of even. That's what this pattern indicates. Any type of consolidation, regardless of time frame, simply indicates right now there's an equal amount of buyers and sellers. But then the buyers came to play, right? And it just happened to be breaking the previous high, which was put in the opening 5-minute candle here. And if I buy this candle, 150-ish, even paid the top, 160-ish, What is my risk level? Well, we do not include the entry candle, which for this one, let's just use the chart candle here. I mean, the chart arrow would have been right here. This is the entry candle. So to assess my risk, I don't include the entry candle, but I look back and take the low of the prior 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15. So my risk here would have been the bottom, a penny outside that low point. Entry candle, 5, 10, 15. Low there was a buck 22. So if we paid a buck 50 and our stop is down here at a buck 22, well, it's at 28 cents, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a big risk for a stock that at the time was a buck 50, buck 60. So you have to size accordingly, right? If it does move against you on 100 shares, you're going to lose what I say, 28 bucks. So if you only risk 100 bucks a trade, you probably would not have wanted to be in more than 300-400 shares on that one. But the bottom line is the risk level clearly defined. And the even better part is it never even tempted that level. This is one that just poof, got that momentum. Set up again here for an ad if you wanted to be aggressive, because once again, the buyers are in clear charge for a good 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes doing these ridiculous volume amounts. Buyers and sellers become equal for a bit, and then the buyers take control again. Now, having seen this, high probability it might do it again. Or we might go test these levels, right? So as far as the setup goes, these are great. The exact opposite on the AMC, okay? So AMC, puts in a low immediately and then just kind of cycles down. But then it drops this low right here at 30 minutes into the open, 1073. Then buyers and sellers become equal. And slowly but surely, the sellers take control. So entry candle here, prior 15 minutes, if I'm wrong on the short, 5, 10, 15. So on AMC, and actually it was probably this candle right here. So if we took some at 1060-ish, let's call it 1065, 5, 10, 15, risk is going to be up here, 30 cents, 1095. So you'd risk 30 cents here, and just like the NBSE, man, once it cracked through this level, never even tempted your stop level, right? So you're risking 30 cents on this one, and thus far, from 1060-ish down to 960, about 80 cents on the table right now, and the risk was 30, and at current levels, the trade is up 80 cents. So almost a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio there. So when we're talking about chart patterns and technical things and setups, these are the ones I like to see. For a sustained move, you know, this type of trade right here is for a move based on what we're seeing on the chart, and the news is always going to have some type of effect there. And this is different from, say, jumping in to scalp a few pennies in the stock that's very liquid and is pegging its highs, and the market just started to sell off, and you're like, this thing's going to come down, but it's not going to go very much. So that's a trade where you get into more size, or I would scalp a few pennies. Whereas when I'm playing a pattern like this, I'm not looking to make a few pennies. I'm looking to get some real juice here, right? And of course, when we're trying to get some real juice, that's always nice, but we can't get carried away. Different risk sizes for different types of trades. Cell H does not quit. What do we got going on there? Yeah, she's up a good 1.7. percent on the day. Okay, trader, any way to make the arrows smaller? They're too thick and clumsy. You're talking about our arrows, right? I don't think there's, we can resize them, but as far as affecting the diameter and stuff, there really is not a way. Unless they, I don't think we've had any modifications in arrow width, girth, anything like that. But I see your point. No problem, Brian. Let's just check in on the big boy. Looks like, well, just slowly down here. Death by 1,000 water cuts, or paper cuts, I should say. Thinking the 10's going to hold up, but the 20 looming. Now, if you put a gun to my head, I wouldn't be surprised to see us come down here and tag that 20 period. But we shall see. And then ICCT, always good for some kind of wacky move. Not disappointing today. Quite the range, but yay, 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 yay. Now, oh no, 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 no. Doing its thing. Looks like it's got a date with the 10 period coming up here pretty soon as it tries to find a new home around the $10 level. All right, Chang, I see your question. What short scan is my favorite? We get that question all the time. What's your favorite scan? Well, the ones you're seeing on my desktop right here, these are my favorite scans for the shorts, right? Because when I'm looking for these opening range break patterns like AMC perfectly did today at the time of 9:55 Central Standard, so that's 10:55, almost 11 a.m. Eastern. The only way anything can be breaking its opening range is if it's hitting a new low on the session, right? And now here we go, AMC moving on down as we speak. But an opening range break cannot occur without the stock hitting a new low. So, when it was inside of this range and the previous low was over here, I would never get a new low. But here, when I got the alert, hey, AMC hit a new low, and I'm thinking to myself, well, let's take a peek. This looks good. I like this. So short levels right here, risk levels here, trade's working nicely. Short trade, because that's pretty much what I do. The exact inverse for the highs over here. So I'm using highs and lows to alert me to the stocks that may or may not be exhibiting a decent opening range break pattern to the upside or the downside. But the timing has to be appropriate. Tel's a good little example here. Now, if I wasn't paying it, or let's use MBSE because I was not in this one today, but I just simply did not see it come through at this level. Now, I did see it come through after it had spiked, and I'm like, eh, sorry, the pattern is null and void. This was the area of opportunity down here, not here, 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 here. Now, once it went sideways for a little bit and you stalked it and saw these lows being put in and say, well, I missed this move, but it might set up again. And it did. And it gave the opportunity for some decent profit, but your risk was a lot lower, right? That's when you hear people say, don't chase, right? If I even miss that first candle, I'm not chasing it. here, 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 because my risk would be a lot bigger, right? If all of a sudden I'm like, hey, I'm going to ignore the pattern and up my buy to here, look how much bigger my risk area all of a sudden got. It doesn't make sense. So I'm using basically glorified low tickers to find decent shorts and glorified high of the day tickers to find the longs. And of course, I've got Barry's options play hiding back here because you never know what you're going to get. You know, not exactly the pattern that I look for here on OSTK. You know, sellers just beat it, beat it, beat it. Nice stab up. You know, it's got to come. It took almost all day to get back down to this new low. So had I seen this one punching new lows, I'm like, that's not really the pattern that I look for. But let's say I looked at Overstock on the weekly, and I'm like, well, it does have some room. I feel like I'm looking at AMC this morning going, well, 10's all over. It's got 10 written all over it, but it probably won't get there today. And I'm looking at this one going, well, it could have 16, 17 written all over it, but it probably ain't going to get there today. But you never know. Not looking too good for old Overstock. But then again, if you like to take small risks, you know, even if you shorted this guy at these levels, right around the $20 level, and you use the high of this range, or maybe just barely above that 10 period, you know, you could probably risk 10 or 20 cents there. Not a high probability trade, but just my 2 cents. And Chang, regarding short and long, you know, these options plays, you know, Barry's got them dialed in to, let's see, moving higher, moving lower, moving higher, moving lower. Yeah, and I'm assuming that it's that's coming off the news. But the bottom line is this. You never know what you're going to get when you pull these up. You just have to sum up the chart and go, okay, does it look better to the long or the short side? Because it's got massive options volume. And typically when that's the case, you can have volume in the common following suit. Yeah, it got about halfway through and is looking strong again. So as Barry would probably say, I would look for this thing to move back up here. And if it punches through the high again, you know, we might, you know, I don't think there's a whole lot of room in it, but then again, look what just decimated these levels today too, so it might want to repeat. In the meantime, always like to keep my eyes on Goldman. Down 1.11% currently. Looking a little green around the gills. You know, the overall market has just a teensy bit of room in it. Goldman Sachs has a teensy bit of room in it left to the downside. And of course, Hawaiian Electric used to reside at $40. Now down here floundering at 12. You know, seeing as how I think BlackRock owns this company, could be, I mean, I'm trying to think of any reason why this thing shouldn't be trading, you know, close to zero or a dollar. I guess they have quote unquote infrastructure that gives them value. Who knows? I'm not one to speculate on information like that, but it does make you wonder. Right, Chang, and that you kind of hit the nail on the head there. All of these are, no pun intended, trading ideas, trade ideas. If you try to get things too dialed in, then what you wind up with is an alert window that you're sitting there all day waiting for one or two things to pop out. So the happy medium is finding a nice flow of things, um, which that's kind of how I feel about the windows that I have here. These are pretty active windows, but right now they're pretty quiet because just of the market conditions in general. And technically we're still in the got 10 minutes left in the NYSE lunch hour, which no rhyme or reason to it, but usually about 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, 12 o'clock Eastern Time, something happens, whether it's the overall market or that stock you've been stalking all day, and finally it waits to go right at that hour. Coincidentally, yeah, look, it just happened to be right when AMC said, you know what, I'm going to go test 10, and then boom, dropped another quarter and is looking pretty peaked thus far. I mean, this 15-minute chart right here, ah, I mean, look at that. It's just like, hey, I'm just going to stair step down in a nice orderly fashion, especially from this level right here. You can just find one of these a day, which is not easy. It is not easy to find things like this, but it's always fun when you nail them. And that is the old saying. You might trade 15, I might trade 15, 20 stocks in a given day, but really all it takes is one where you know, made most of your dinero for the day and just made little bits and pieces on others. Huh. Big day yesterday for Verb. Small float of 4 million shares, already kicked out almost 11 million, and 20 on the relative volume. Proprietary interactive video technology. Well, that sounds a little nebulous. Hmm. Definitely a low floater on that one. It's only down 40% today, but of course, you used to live down here at 72 cents and went to $3 and change yesterday. So I'm sure the CEO is still pleased. Oh, interesting. I haven't watched this one in a long time because, well, you can see what happened to it. They took it out to the woodshed and pretty much killed it from 6 and change. You got to be kidding me. No, the high there was 673. Okay. So pretty much took it out and killed it in one day. And once it went below $1, I kind of don't have any interest in them anymore. But looking like it wants to reclaim that dollar level. Sometimes they do. That'll be one to keep an eye on for the rest of the week. When would I consider shorting Roku? Well, check out the little, I don't know why I keep shutting my pin down, but it's kind of putting in a rounded bottom here above all the moving averages again. So, pretty pretty clear cut there. If I was going to take a stab at Roku on a short, it'd be right about this level and a stop somewhere outside of here. But of course, for me, that's probably not going to happen. But if in some weird fantasy land I did decide to short Roku, I would wait and see if I got this, 98 and change level. Then maybe, depending on your risk tolerance and share size, maybe you'd have to make it pack out over, 101 or something, or $100 and change. But it looks like it's going to test that level pretty soon, unless we go sideways for a little bit. And the market almost down to that 20 period now, with a good amount of time left in the session. I guess the next thing to ponder is, are they done selling AMC yet? And how much of a haircut are they going to take if they plan on doing 40 million shares? We already did the crude math at $10. That's 400 million. So it's 40 million less dollars raised for every point the stock goes down. So where is the magic number? I'm sure there's some kind of formula you could crunch together. But at these levels, showing a market cap of 1.5 billion. Hey, Barry?
Oh, you did hear me. I've been whispering in your ear, but I guess the mic.
Well, I thought it might have been audibly hallucinating.
Yeah,
but then the last whisper was it was stronger.
Well, it was elevating. It was like a crescendo, as we in music.
Did you trade the AMC?
Crescendo.
I forgot to ask you earlier. Did you trade the AMC today?
Well, here's my tale of woe. I was telling everybody I want to short AMC if it gets back into the 1070s.
Yeah.
And because it popped up to 11, I said, okay, I'm waiting. And then I got sidetracked. Somebody in the room asked me a question.
Mm-hmm.
He owes me lots of money. And I forgot about it. And it got down to about the 1060, 1050 level. And I said, I don't want to chase it. And so that's my tale of woe.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's an all-time low. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. That is now a sub $1 stock before the reverse split of 1 for 10. That's a sub $1 stock now.
That is crazy.
Yeah. So,
I don't understand what's going on with all this. I find it intriguing and confusing.
Yeah, for sure.
But it makes for a good trading vehicle, a scalping one especially.
So the funny thing, Jamie, is that when I was doing my pre-market stuff and I clicked on AMC, the first headline I see for AMC is that this silly little HYMC, this little gold and silver play somewhere. So I see a headline saying, significant discovery and all this sort of stuff. So before I actually saw the AMC chart, I thought, okay, well, maybe it's going to pop. And it was diving down. Okay. And so the next headline I see, of course, is that 40 million that you're talking about. And so, I mean, that's but I mean, come on, it's nonsense. I know there are several trade ideas who might be in this HYMC, but I mean, it is nonsensical what they're thinking, Jamie, that this HYMC is going to discover the mother lode, and then the AMC stake in it is going to solve all their problems.
Well, hey, more power to them. That may or may not play out, but
it may or may not play out. You're absolutely right. I've just been around the junior miners too often. In a previous life, I mean, look. It is insanely rare that a junior miner finally makes the discovery big enough, and then is able to attract the major to take them out and all of that. It is extremely rare. I'm not saying
Yes, it
it can't
is.
happen,
Yeah.
but it's extremely rare. There's a reason why it's a $37 stock, Jamie. HYMC. I mean, there's a
You mean
37-cent stock.
37
So
cent?
yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, once again, we as new traders, old traders, medium length traders, whatever, how long you've been in the game, you can't confuse a story with trading, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes they jive together, right?
Hmm.
Sometimes they correlate, but not all the time.
Hmm.
That's the term trading.
And that takes us to the top of the hour.
Yes, sir. I think I'm going to sneak away and prepare my super shake.
Yeah, you had me in hold there. Super, 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 super.
My super, Superman
Super,
concoctions
super
that I ingest
trade,
every day. Yeah.
super. Okay, Jamie, thanks a lot as always for filling in, and we'll see you next week.
All right, Barry. Thanks. We'll see you on the flip
Okay,
side. Bye bye.
okay, bye bye. All right, guys, back in both rooms. Let me get rid of my announcement and get my music going again. Now, where is my music? Here we go. All right, now, yeah, while I was on my break, I mean that NBSC. I mean, the last time I saw it, it was at 2, and then I see that it popped all the way up to 316, and it has come back down. There's an argument to be made if it can get over 284 again, which is the highs of those about 1, 2, 3 topping tails on the 15, that could get it running again. I mean, the 200-day is up there. But look at this market. Holy smokes, what a sell-off. Now, what I was Roku. Jamie didn't hear me. I was whispering. I'm short Roku. So yeah, I decided to while I was on my break, right at the noon hour, as the market is doing this, I'm thinking, you know what, just take a little bit of this Roku short. And I didn't take very many shares, but sometimes it won't matter if it moves $2 or $3. So anyway, Roku now challenging that whole number. And why would I do it? Because if you look left and see the next low is 80.47, a pile away. So we'll see. I don't know about the hold on for dear life. Yeah, well, a lot of people really hurt hard by all the nonsense about. Well, it'd be interesting though this afternoon after the market closes to see what happens with GME. TV is an earnings play after hours. We'll see what happens. Right. William, well, then you can probably GME will be releasing earnings right after 4. So now, far be it from me to scream at a fellow trader, but I am glad that my CNM now is moving down again. So I am still in 2 trades right now, guys. I still have some of the CNM left and the Roku. I want to see if I can get closer to 86. And that's it. Now, the NBSC, I can tell you, it could be very interesting, especially if it takes out 3 again. I mean, it did have some news. Okay, did have actually some news when we always look to see why are things moving. Sometimes, we just can't see any reason for it. But I don't know who the Symmetrics is, but they must be a private company. Symmetrics bought these shares on an open market and it's now urging the board to issue a special what? A $1 a share video dividend. So it's acquired 20%. But again, I think Symmetrics is a private company. I could not find them as a public company. Well, what surprised me about AMC actually is that there were a lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Last week or the 2 weeks ago, I can't remember which week. I mean, you would see 1.6 million shares available, and then you look 5 minutes later, and they were all gone. And then there would be a day where there'd be none left. So I was actually surprised that there were shares available. But yeah, a lot 476,000 at Interactive Brokers. So another one, guys, another all-time low, FFIE, Faraday Future Intelligent Electric, another all-time low. Manufactures electric vehicles. Well, unless your name is Tesla, anybody seen one of these? Have they even made one? Anyway, all-time low now for FFIE. Okay, I'm all out of my Roku short, guys. The little bottoming tail now almost got down to 86. Got down to, well, 86.03. And as you know, I'm a whole number freak. Things that get close to a whole number, I'm always like to take. I'm always very aware of that. So I'm all out of the Roku short now. You guys been talking about HKIT, but of course, not of course, but there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I just resumed and halted. Whoa, William. Are you still in it? Are you still in it? Did I get your attention? Are you still in the HKIT? I think you said you were. I hope you're still in the HKIT. I hope you didn't. You weren't able to trade it out. You said you're in at what 1308. The reason I say that is, and where's Grumpy? Grumpy, where are you? So look at this. So there is the H kit right now. You can't see the symbol, but this is halted at 1431. On my right hand side is the potential where it's going to open the bid ask. Now, unfortunately, it was at 1776, but it's now just flashed back down to 1432. Again, you can see that this is not set in stone, these numbers. And until it opens, you don't know exactly where it's going to open. But had the 1776 held, you could have been almost assured it was going to open above 1431. Now, who knows? So if you're in this one, 112.36 would be the if it's a 5 minute halt. The last one was basically a 5 minute halt. And again, this screen here, how I load it is from Interactive Brokers. The option is called time and sales. Okay, and of course, there's no. Now you can see how this number can change. That is from Interactive Brokers. So I was going to do my video, but I think what I'll do is I'll just wait for this. Wow. See how it's changing? Well, you didn't see that, but 1550 flashed. The way it looks, yeah, it's hard to know now. Good for you, Todd. That's what you should do. Keep it green and walk away. Okay. Let me hopefully don't no, not CNN. No, no. HKit. Grumpy. There it is. HKit. Okay. There's the halt. 1431 on the right hand side. Surely you can see this. This is the potential where it's going to open. 1432, 1432. That's what I always talk about. And let's see, 107.36. So in a little more than a minute, if it's a 5 minute halt, this will open. Now, if you're in it, what you want to see is this number elevating itself. So now you see what's happened now, 1580. I mean, so if you're 17, if you're sitting in this, you're just hoping and praying that it opens in 5 minutes. Well, less than 5 minutes now, of course. 112 plus 36 seconds. Again, I'll keep this up and running and let's see what happens when it opens. And if it's longer than a 5 minute halt, then I'm going to just head off and do my video. Wow. See if this holds 1833. Let's see if that holds. All right. Again, if it is a 5 minute halt, this will be opening in 10 seconds. Now, this one was not quite a 5 minute halt. It opened a little after, but let's see. Two, one, open. Open. Oh, man. So it's not going to be a 5 minute halt. Okay. So this could turn into a 10 minute halt for HKit. And that's, you don't like to see that, though I was rewarded incredibly yesterday on my little 10 minute halt. Exactly. If you're long or you're short, you just don't know. I mean, that's why, you want this thing to open in 5 minutes so you don't, because, you never know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes with this bid ask. Anyway, I will do my video now, guys. So the diamond sales window, sure. Well, it's possible. It doesn't absolutely mean this number changes, Grumpy. At one point it was 18 something. So again, I would say it's not written in stone. But as we speak, if it were to open right now, that's what it would look like. But now it's 15.99. But the longer we go, if this is going to be a 10 minute halt, that's 117.36. There's another 3 minutes. With a stock like this, you never know what's going to happen in 3 minutes to this bid ask. Okay. Comprende? All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. can't believe that Interactive Brokers is the only broker. I mean, that other brokers have to have something like that. What time is it now? 13:15, 1:15. So say 1:25 should not be that long, but just in case. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now in both rooms. Okay, now, so you can see that H kit. Now, I didn't see what this. Now, this is disaster. Not disaster, but I mean, it is disaster. See, now look at it. 1288 on the halt. Now, looking like certainly an open below the current halt price. Now, does anybody know what that number was before it opened? Before that resumed at 117.54? What was that number? Was it still above the halt? It was halted at what, 1308? No, it was halted at 14 something, right? And that's what I was saying. Had that been a 5-minute halt, it would have been fine. But the longer that halt went on, that number obviously was drifting down. But do you know what I'm saying, William? Before it actually opened, do you were well, again, anybody with IV would know, but was that number below the 1431, that number and the bid ask, was it below it when it just before it opened? Because remember, at one point it was 18, but I think when I last looked, it was 16. I'm talking about the previous fault, not the current one. Okay, so if it said 1432, so that basically, was not great because that's where it was halted. All right, guys, I am not in anything anymore. So I've covered my C&M. I'm not in Roku, of course, anymore. So I'm just sitting on nothing right now. Now, NBSD guys, I mean it. This could this could be that one that goes crazy. I mean, it's already crazy, 138%, but it could go crazier. Look at these topping tails. Even the current topping tail of the current 15-minute candle, you can kind of see they're just a little bit below that 283 level. You can kind of see that if it could take out 283, it might have a run, another run. Like to see some volume come in. I mean, look at the volume that popped this up right up to 320. All right, guys. Well, my number one focus really is on this NBSE. If we get some volume and it pops through 280, this could have another little run in it. Maybe challenge at least try to challenge the high of the day, which is 316. Oh, Vicky, maybe you're going to get another chance on the oops, not the CNM. I was looking at the OSTK. I was thinking the OSTK. The stop would have to be about 250, you know, right at the bottom, like, not quite the bottom of these tails, sort of the bottom of the, I mean, it'd be a so could I make 40 cents? You know, that's the whole thing. Understand these are risky, okay? With that float, I mean, I'm not as, I mean, if I look left, if I were truly looking left and thinking, well, could 317 stop it? Okay, wait a minute, guys. This is more of a gut feel, okay, Tony? Okay, this is more of a gut play, maybe. Either going to work quickly or it's not. I'm not in it yet, okay, but because you really don't want to have that wide a stop, because if I get in at 283, let's say that's a 30 cent stop, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 60 cents. I don't know, but with that float, anything can happen. So that's why I'm willing to take a risk, but that's certainly not a telling anybody else to do the same thing. No guts, no glory. Right. You guys are talking about Timas. Is that lead thing erupted again? Timas, or is that an earnings play? Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of AT&T. Sorry. Well, why is this bad? Okay, authorizing a $19 billion share buyback program through the end of 2024. All right. Well, you know what, guys? Thank whoever put that TMUS in. Whoever put the TMUS in saved me because I was all set to. I was all set to take that, but I looked at TMUS first, and that distracted me from taking it. And then look what happened; it immediately dropped. So, but I more than likely would have taken this right around 285. 340. Well, I have Real was asking where is the 200-day moving average for NBSC. I have it at 340. Well, we have it at 340. There's a blue line right up here. No, I would have had my stop would have been in place, of course, but still. So now reset that alert. That was a fake break and see if it happens again later. The luck of a leprechaun. Well, normally it doesn't work like that, though, does it? Cursing and inwardly, anyway. All right, C&M actually looks like an interesting bounce play now. Maybe a little late over the whole number. You might expect some resistance around 30. Simplest tab in an alert window. Sure. Go ahead, Phoenix, if I can help you. Symbol list tab. So if I right click, configure symbol list, okay, yes. Well, I watched this GTLB just make its way down all day. Okay, so exclude, yeah. So you have to create a symbol list and then put those stocks you want to exclude. So you create a symbol list and then you put the stocks in that symbol list, the ones you want to exclude, and then you check it. Well, it's hard for me to answer that one because unfortunately symbol lists are not copyable. Okay. So I cannot really now you have to give it some time. Okay. The top lists usually have to because well the symbol lists usually take maybe a little bit of time if you're looking for instant something that's going to happen instantly. It may take a little bit of time. Okay. When did you do it? When did you try to exclude it? Like just like a second ago, like a minute ago? Oh, really? There's got to be a reason. And unfortunately, I can't help you because if you checked, if you called it as you say, ignore, and it's here, and you checked it, and you checked excluding the following lists, and it's 100% there. I don't see a reason why it would be there. I have no explanation then. So you checked. Hmm, it's I unfortunately I cannot. I'd love to be able to just take a look at your setup so I could maybe find out, but unfortunately, symbolists don't copy over. Well, Calvin, I'm actually not running races anymore. Okay, but what I was running the race on is the change, a stock moving the most since the race started. Okay, so from the minute the race started, which stock is moving the most percentage wise? That's what I was running it on. So in other words, the change from the open of the race. I haven't actually used the exclude for years and years and years. So I'd li- I you know I would look at one to see, but I just don't have. I mean, I could try to create something right now, but be more interested in why it wouldn't be working for you. Hey, good. You make me laugh. I don't know. Where's the View app with Tupper NVIDIA? Man, oh man, there has not been any interest at all. I mean, I'll watch AMC tomorrow to see if the group decides to take a look at it. But I mean, this is disaster right now. And I know I keep harping on this, but remember, guys, this is like before. This is like it was not as if it were 94 cents. When you were watching AMC before, when it was $6 and $5 and all that, before they did the one for 10, this would be like it was 94 cents now. And I'm sure they're all sort. But you know what? the company themselves. You cannot start blaming short sellers or anything like that. The company themselves are doing it to themselves, with the 40 million. Well, Ape is gone, I think, right? I don't think Ape trades anymore. I don't think it does. I may be wrong. Yeah, so Ape is done. Okay, the conversion's been yeah, 40 million. I mean, that is a. I mean, they're trying. Listen, I don't wish anything. I don't wish work like harm or they're trying to cause this thing to go down. But $100 million for the Taylor Swift. I mean, it's a great idea. Yeah, why not? Fill the have different groups and put them in there. Taylor Swift, of course, is a huge draw. And that I think, and then that actually was right here. That caused that little pop and oops, not Ape, sorry, an AMC earlier. Oops. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. This I thought maybe that's when they. Okay, I'm all confused now. It might have been here at some point. That's when this was announced, the Taylor Swift thing. So it had a nice little pop. Yes. But I bet you go on Twitter, there's going to be all sorts of conspiracy theories about this is awful, and there's still a gazillion shorts out there that have to cover, and why isn't Citadel? I mean, this and that. I mean, on and on and on. Well, the company did it. 40 million. They're diluting the heck out of it. I agree. I agree that it is purposely difficult to understand. But I do understand this. This is an awful chart. Okay, this is awful. I do understand that. I don't need to know anything else. All right. Saw this earlier, THTX, and now, I mean, look, it's got some room. It's got a little bit of room over 150. I mean, that's the level on the daily chart. So it's got a little bit of room to the next high, 183. So I mean, on a percentage basis, if I got even close to that, that would be pretty good. It's a relatively low float, 24 million in the float. THTX is what I'm talking about. X is in xylophone. Well, mini-me, I mean, you know the whole story. I mean, it's because you've got all these people on Twitter with this ridiculousness of hold on to it for dear life, and nobody's going to wrench or wrest the my shares from me. Fine. Yeah, NBSE is sort of consolidating again. Oh, really, you asked that question about the 200-day moving average. Do you have a different one for NBSE or NBSE? Do you have a different one than 340? Well, wild, wild, wild. So HKIT popped up to 17, came right back down, halted again. Hey guys, THTX is, I mean, it's got a little bit of room to the 180 mark. Oh, sorry, Bob. I'm just seeing your post about Dell. Let's take a look at Dell, DELL. About to reject its high the day again. Shorting it at that level has worked. Yeah, I mean, there's a great earnings play for it. Had a decent day yesterday. Tried to get up to the high of the day before. Still in an uptrend. I mean, just a great earnings release for it. Basically an all-time high. I mean, there's the all-time high up here, $70, 32 cents. Yeah, it's a problem, Shady. I just don't. I wish he could. Can't send it to me though. You know what you could do, Phoenix? Uncheck the exclude and send me your alert window. Okay. So if you uncheck it and then send it to me, then I can at least see like what you're, and then I can, quickly create a symbol list with the ignore and attach it and see if what was it? ICCT comes through for me. Whoa, I'm not in Roku anymore. Too bad, too bad, too bad. Underneath 86 now. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's the case, right? I mean, so if you click on if you click on tools and symbol list, okay, just as Shady is saying, find the one that you call ignore, okay? Find the one you call ignore. I mean, I'm just going to pick anything and then click on it, highlight it, and then edit the list. Make sure that's in there. Make sure it's in there. Okay, actually, I can use this one. I'll use that one. If you give me your, okay, okay, give me then. You give it to me. Okay, give me the link without. Actually, it won't matter. Even if you just give me the link, it won't matter. We'll think of just uncheck it. Just uncheck the exclude and then give me the link. Okay, let's see. Oh, you're 5-minute highs. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, so nothing is checked. Okay, so I'm gonna take that. Okay, let me take that one that I was just looking at. Midian. Okay, edit the list. So I'm gonna put in. So you want me to put in ICCT? Okay, ICCT. Okay, there it is. Right click, configure, symbol lists, exclude the following lists. We're going to find Midian now. Okay, I didn't add it. I have to add it over there. Okay, Midian, boom, exclude. Okay. All right, let's see. I'll just keep this to the side, okay? And I'll see if because you've got a number of alerts here. Volume spike, strong volume, and 5-minute high. So yeah, it's possible that ICCT will trigger one of. It's in a decline right now, though. But anyway, we'll see. Okay. Is that the only one you had in the symbol list? Just that one? Let's see if that works with the exclude. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, so we're doing it. We're doing all the way back to 8:45, and it does not appear at all. See, you can see right in front of you, no alerts at all for ICCT. No alerts at all. But let's make sure. Oops, let me get back to real time. So we've already confirmed, and in what I've got, with that symbol list, exclude the following list, and I Midian, and the only thing in Midian is ICCT. That's the only thing. And we just ran a history, and it did not show up. So again, just to be absolutely sure, if I click on tools and then symbol list, and then yours is called ignore, so highlight it, edit the list, you should see a whole bunch of stocks, right? You said there were others? So, I don't know what to say then. If it's not showing up when you ran a history, you're sure it's the yeah, I have no explanation then. I really don't know how I can help. How about keep running it and see if you get it again, okay? I mean, ICCT. In fact, why don't you do this? Why don't you add, well, if you want to, add another alert to it. Why don't you add a new 5-minute low just for fun? If you want to try it, because it looks like ICCT is doing that right now, and see if it shows up. AYX, okay, AYX. This is probably from your trading terminal. Wow, halted, yeah. Now, could you have got this before the halt? That I guess that's the question. Yeah, potential sale, but so yeah, Jet in our YouTube room. The question is, William, could you have got this before the halt? I know you've got your I could run that also, that trading terminal, I guess. See what it's I just was finding it was just too confusing for me to try to listen and but I will. So you heard the news the second it halted. So in other words, you could not have taken the trade before it halted. I guess that's my question. Oh, Explorers is working with Catalyst Partners to explore the potential sale. Okay. Well, it just opened and it opened in for a bit of a pop here for AYX. Now I'm sure you're salivating to try to short it, I guess. 1.72 million shares available Interactive Brokers. It's not still halted. This is just unfortunately it has long-term memory or something. I wonder if the beige book is going to have any effect. I mean, used to see the beige book. It used to have a certain effect, but I don't know anymore. Guys, take a look at ACI. ACI option scanner. Sorry, option scanner. It came in at 2302. Okay, now this is still up for the day. Big float. And this could give us what I would call a gentle type of a trade. It shouldn't be too erratic. The high in the pre-market was 2340, or actually it was up here, 2361. It's not an earnings play. Kroger and Albertsons to offload 400 stores as part of a nearly $2 billion deal with CNS Wholesale Grocers. Okay. I mean, that was this morning. I did actually see that. Okay. So there's ACI, guys. I did actually see that in the pre-market. I did see that news about Kroger and actually it was more about Kroger. I didn't see ACI so much. Okay, William, did that guy just come on and talk about AYX? Did that guy just come on with the New York accent? Let's see if we've got the same feed. You know what's starting to move here, guys, is Pally. PALI. PALI. That was my sort of nice trade this morning in the pre-market. Left millions of dollars on the table, haha. But so on your scan there, Phoenix, but I'm wondering if if it's the same as Williams feed, it's the same if it's the same thing because I think he pays for it. Maybe Williams got me on mute. Hey guys, ACI again inching its way up. Could be a gentle sort of a trade, just because of the float, 330 million in the float. You know, I've seen this PLAB has yeah just been inching its way up. It's still down for the day, 7% earnings play. It big rebound from the absolute bottom today, 18 to 21. As we're talking about Bitcoin. All right, I'm hearing him again. Calling William. Maybe he's out walking the dog. ACI guys continues a little like I'm in this just but don't know where it's going, but just a gentle trade, gentle little trade. When I call gentle, I mean it shouldn't be too volatile because of the float. How are Mara and Riot doing? Just out of curiosity, with this Bitcoin pop. Yeah. So Mara and Riot are popping along with Bitcoin itself. 1280 is the next high for Mara on the daily chart when you look left. Oh, good. Okay, so he's reading out the beige book results. No, I mean, the market was moving, so 45 minutes now up, sorry, an hour, 45 minutes up, and this candle just actually an hour up now, 1 hour straight up on the market, on the SPY anyway. Okay, ACI just an inch by inch by inch. All right, so Ford moving a little bit on the union plans to make labor contract counter offer to Ford Motor. Okay, a little bit of movement for Ford F. All right, Pepe, I'm just going to do a quick check to see on the sound to see if that was if that level held. And the answer is no. Isn't that weird? Well, I guess it's doing what it's supposed to do in theory. You know what I'm going to do now, though? And I'm going to eliminate. I'm going to eliminate. I want to see if that has any bearing on it. I'm going to eliminate my rope, the CRISPR. I hope that doesn't. You know what? I'm going to wait till 3. I'm going to wait till 3 to do it. Well, I guess I can ask the question, of course. Though, has the sound been any better today, though? Just even with those noise levels or sound levels not holding. What I'm going to do is at 3 o'clock, I'm going to exit from the CRISPR mic and just and see if that makes any difference. Okay, one moment, please. My phone ringing. All right, guys, I'm back. A little distraction today. We had to take our dog into the vet yesterday to get her teeth cleaned. 17 teeth were extracted, and she's not feeling well. So the vet just phoned. So I'm going to have to take her back because she's not eating or drinking, which is a problem. So um, I'll be able to do the little test at right at 3 o'clock, and then that's it. Well, no, I can't. It'll be over at 2 o'clock my time. So that's when the vet wants to see her again at 2 o'clock my time. So we still got time. It's only 11 o'clock my time. So I do have time, but I'm a little, well, obviously a little distracted. All right, guys. Okay, I'm out of the ACI. It was yeah, a little bit of a pop. I'm out of the ACI. All right, SQ&S. I just heard the guy say SQ&S, giving a bit of a pop here. Wasn't there supposed to be? Wow, so AYX is still solid, guys, so far anyway. AYX is pretty solid. High. All right, guys, give me a moment. I just have something I have to do. I'll be right back. Give me a moment, though. Okay, guys, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, thanks for that, Luca. I'm sure it's gonna be okay. Just a little bit concerning. Okay, what are we looking at now? So, Phoenix, how did your AYX still moves higher here? Well, it's a good thing nobody tried to. Well, I mean, you might be still trying to short this at some point, but boy, this is really. So, you didn't think that news was actionable, William? Okay, Phoenix, I'm just going to get rid of this now. Okay, I will get rid of this. Let me know if it kind of worked for you or not. It sounds funny. Outside with the tree people. I know what you mean, but yeah, there's the H kit. Yeah, my goodness. Well, all over the place. I mean, it did take out that high now, 1809, or it's just below it, 1809. I think if it takes out 1809 again, low float, 6.3 million, China stock. Yeah, I usually don't. Usually doesn't bother me so much, Phoenix. But yeah, I guess. I mean, if it really bugs you to see a certain symbol over and over again, I'm actually waiting on this H kit to see if there's a bid over 18. Right now, the bid is 1723, 1775. I mean, it's crazy, but let me just see. I'm going to put an alert on 1821 and see if it gets to at least a bid of 18. Well, that's pretty darn good news for the AYX. Oh my gosh. Look at the spread. 1752.19 now. 1750. Look at the spread for HKIT, making it trying to make it as untradeable as possible. I'll actually be watching AMC tomorrow. I mean, to see if the crazies want to get a hold of this and pop it somewhat tomorrow. I mean, this has just been a disaster. There hasn't been any any buying pressure at all. Just a little brief blip right there at 12:45, a little green candle, but certainly not a pop. All right, guys, it's 2:16. So what I'm going to do right now is go over my homepage again. This promo code should be ending tonight. and I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So if you click on my homepage link, oh, excuse me, just a minute. All right, so this promo code probably going to end tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Labor Day 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So my recommendation is do not dive into a year contract unless you know you want the product. You can always try us out for a month at 25% off, and you can keep a monthly. That's okay. The reason for taking out an annual is your per month cost obviously would be less. Okay, so that is what you do. And you must do the get started. 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to look at them all. Trading 101, free resource for you if you're new to trading. I do my daily stock of the day video. Of course, that's free. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. Big education section here. And again, if you click on my homepage link and you want my scan, just scroll down until you see that middle section, the scan section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, some of them you can see on the shared monitor. Some are on my other monitor. I don't show them all. It would be too overwhelming to show every single scan on the one monitor. So all I ask, you take out a subscription at any time, today, tomorrow, a week, a month, a year from now. Just use my link, use my homepage link. You'll get to my homepage again. Obviously, if you show up tomorrow, this promo code won't be the same. Okay, but just all I'm asking is that you use that link and use the promo code that's on my homepage. It helps the room immensely. It'll keep the room free. The room is free, but there is a cost to running the room. So all the company wants to see is that people are some people listen to me, and eventually, if they want to take out a subscription, great. No, Krogan. One promo code for wow, look at Roku. Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be okay, Taurus. I do. It's just that the vet said yesterday that she should be drinking and eating by now, and she's not. So, but she's alert. She just doesn't want to. AXLA is popping, I guess. I'm hearing the guys say AXLA is popping. Very cheap one, guys. AXLA. What an all-day short for AMC. Okay, that's the last I talked about it. GME, let's take a look at what GME is doing. I mean, I mean, they're so linked, but I mean, GME does have earnings after hours, and who knows what they'll come up with. Yeah, somebody have seen Chloe before. This is when I sometimes post this. So there she is, little 14-pound miniature white poodle. She's old. She's 13 years, but boy, you would never know it. People, when we go walking with her, they ask how old she is. And when we say 13, she seems like she's about 2 or 3. She's so energetic, chases the frisbee, I throw it. So she's, but anyway, I don't want to, I'm sure it's going to be okay. I'm sure it's going to be okay. Yeah, somebody must, I think, did Vicky hang in there and take an overstock bounce? And of course, there's my other little guy. Here we go. A little exercise. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Just trying to humanize myself a little bit, guys. Fancy guys, I saw this one earlier, and this was a reversal. HASI did not take it, but this is a reversal play. Stock that has was big yesterday, and now is moving down today. HASI. You got that right, Hall. I actually do. It's right behind my desk here. So when you hear me say I'm on a break and I'm exercise, that's what I hop on that. And if I'm in a trade, I put a huge giant chart on my other monitor so I can hop off it in case something terrible happens or good happens. Yeah, birds are amazing when you teach them how to talk. Sorry, no, guys, I know we're getting a little outside of the of trading and all. Boy, look at Roku, guys. I mean, this has just been inching down. Now another whole number break, 84, I think, or 85. Sorry. Yeah, 80. Yeah, another whole number break. Yeah, look at I mean, what a move. I mean, this $95, so a $10 drop now, over a $10 drop. And in the pre-market, I mean, yeah, so the high of the day was 90, almost 96. So call that 95. So about an $11 drop. from the high. Another halt here, HKIT. Now this was on the way down, I guess. HKIT on the way down this time. See, it never took out that did not get my 18. Well, maybe I did. I don't know. I wasn't watching it anymore. Big nice bit of an hour and a half recovery in the SPY. Oh, I know it's not. I know it just resumed. Did I say it was halted if I said that? Well, Manu, let's see what happens with Manu. I saw actually Manu having a bit of a pop this morning. Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's some news. Man United signs Japan's World Cup Golden Boot winner. What does it mean when a stock runs inverse to the SPY, but it's not an inverse ETF? So, are you saying if a SPY is moving up and yet the stock is moving down, what does it mean? Is that what you mean? Like an AMC as an example? Is that what you mean, Randall? Well, there's nothing more to read it. I mean, AMC has just had bad news on its own, so it doesn't care what. I mean, this is what we call our alpha stocks. Okay, alpha stocks meaning these alpha stocks don't care what the market's doing. I mean, that's all. That's in fact that's all we really try to find are the alpha stocks that are not so tied into what the market's doing. So I mean, AMC on its own, has had bad. Well, obviously the perception is horrible news because they're going to be 40 million or 40 million shares are coming out. So, well, again, a stock. Okay, I'm using AMC as an example because it's an obvious one, I guess. Well, I mean, again, if the market's moving one way and a stock is moving the other way, it must mean that the stock has some news on its own that's causing it. Could be earnings, could be the same thing. I mean, the market could be moving down and the stock could be moving higher. It could be earnings. It could be some news coming out. So again, when you ask what does it mean, it just means that that stock is an alpha stock and it more or less doesn't care what the market's doing. As opposed to, I don't know if this is a great example, but let's take a look at say Amazon even or something like that. There are certain stocks that are always going to kind of follow the market. The big high cap stocks that that people know about. There are many mutual funds around the world. What would be interesting if you saw Amazon just tanking and this one moving higher, you would have to think, well, Amazon then must have some news specific to it because these sort of stocks tend to follow the market a lot more closely. So Randall, did that make sense? You can, if it didn't make sense, we'll try to explain it in another way. We see this a lot in earnings season. Okay. The market may be, especially when we've got lots of companies releasing earnings, a lot of times they just don't care what the direction the market's going. They're trading in their own little bubble. Agilent, let's take a look at A. Paradox is talking about Agilent. Oh boy, sorry, I mean this one was alerting all day long. Funny, at the beginning of the day, it was alerting as a potential long. This is an earnings play, this GTLB. But look what happened once the market opened. Look at that giant. Well, I'm sorry. That's a 945 candle. So this looked awesome. Looked like it was going to just take off. But look what it did. It got right into those daily highs when you look left, and that just stalled, just stopped it. Now, it's interesting though. I mean, you can stall, but you have to give it all up and actually go negative for the day because it was a very positive reaction. GTLB released earnings after hours yesterday. So, Brian, NXGN is a buyout, I believe. Okay. You're just mentioning it in our YouTube room. NXGN is a buyout by a private company. Okay. So that's why we really haven't talked about it because it's a buyout. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so I may wrap this up a little bit early. Yeah. And let William take over from here. What I want to do though is I'm going to shut down my crisp. This is my how do I do that now? I'm going to shut off the noise canceling, I think. Yeah, oh, no, we have HBO. Thanks. Ah, kill it from the system tray. Right. Ah, you know what? It's one of the crazy things. It's not in the system unless you can see it here. I don't think it's in the system tray. I can't see it. I can't see it. I can't see it. Ah, quit. Okay. Yes. Okay, I can quit. It's in the little